All right, you can be seated. All right, are there any witnesses in the courtroom at this time? All right, I will, for procedural purposes, the rule as to witnesses has been invoked. This rule requires that all witnesses to the proceeding remain outside of the courtroom and outside of the hearing of any testimony during the trial of this matter. I'll have the witnesses instructed that they are to remain outside the courtroom, not to discuss their testimony with anyone except the lawyers and their investigators. The failure to abide by this instruction will necessarily result in the witness being held in contempt of court, and also risk that their testimony be excluded from consideration. The contempt proceeding could be punishable by anywhere from up to a $500 fine and up to 6 months in the Routh County Jail. So we're very serious about the invocation of the rule. Please, both sides, instruct all your witnesses that that rule has been invoked, and not to also read or listen to any report or comment upon any testimony that's been presented.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, as we discussed yesterday, Taya Kyle and Judy Winfield are in the courtroom.
All right, and I have excused them from the rule to the limited extent that they may remain inside the courtroom during the proceedings.
And for the record, we have no objection to that, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Nash, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Taya Kyle.
All right. Ms. Kyle, if you'll come up to my left and have a seat in this black chair. You may be seated. Ms. Starnes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, pull that up where we can hear you when you speak. Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm Taya Kyle.
And Ms. Kyle, let me just talk to you a little bit before we get going here about yourself and your family and why we're here. I hate to do this to anybody, but to a woman anyway. How old a woman are you?
It's fine, I'm 40.
Okay. And where do you live now?
Midlothian, Texas.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
I think 3 or 4 years.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Texas, though?
Since the beginning of 2010, so yeah,
About the same.
5 years.
Okay. Now, where are you from originally?
Oregon.
Okay. So what we might perceive as an accent, or maybe some people perceive as a lack of an accent,
Yeah.
You're from Oregon.
Correct.
Where in Oregon?
Right outside of Portland.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
I did.
Okay. Now, who were you married to prior to February the 2nd, 2013?
Chris Kyle.
Okay. Can you tell us what is his full legal name?
Christopher Scott Kyle.
Now, what was Chris's date of birth?
April 8th, 1974.
Can you just a minute? When did you marry Chris?
In March of 2002.
Let's talk about maybe a little happier time. Where did y'all meet?
We met in San Diego.
And what were you doing in San Diego? How did you get there from Oregon?
Oh, I had moved around. I went to college in Wisconsin, and then I wanted to get back to the West Coast, but I didn't want to be where it was cloudy all the time in Oregon, so I just wanted to go back where we spent our summers, which was with my mom's side of the family in Southern California.
Okay. So you went to San Diego, and is that where you met Chris? Okay.
Yes.
And what was Chris doing in San Diego when y'all met?
When we met, he had just graduated BUDS, which is the training for Navy SEALs.
Okay. And I forget, do you know, what does BUD stand for?
Basic Underwater Demolition School.
Okay. And so had he been in the Navy sometime before he went to BUD school?
Yeah, he was in. He went into the Navy in 1999, and then he completed BUDS when I met him, which was 2001.
Okay. And so you said he went to the Navy in 1999?
Yes.
How long?
End of 1999.
Okay. How long total was he in the Navy?
10 years, just shy of 10.
Okay. And so when did he get out of the Navy?
End of 2009.
Okay. Did he ever serve overseas?
Yes.
Where did he serve?
In 2000, hold on, 2003, 2004, he was in Basar, I think it's called. I'm not as good with the Middle Eastern names, but that's where the war kicked off, and they were taking down ships at sea first, and then the oil fields. And then he came back in 2003. He went into 2004. He came back in 2003. 2004, he went to Fallujah, which was where, I don't know if you remember the contractors that were hanging from the bridge. And
This is all in Iraq that we're talking about.
I'm sorry, Iraq, sorry, yeah.
And then after Fallujah, do you know where he was stationed?
Yep, then he was in Ramadi in 2006, where his two friends were killed next to, or one was killed and one was severely wounded through his eye next to him.
Where was he after Ramadi?
After Ramadi, he was in 2008. He was in Baghdad and Sadr City, which was the last major stronghold for the change in regime. The Mujahideen was taking over.
Ms. Kyle, and so what was his job? What capacity did he serve at these different places in Iraq?
He was part of a Navy SEAL team, so sometimes he would go out with his team, and he had different jobs that they would do as part of the team, and then he was also sniper overwatch, and sometimes he would be detached with different groups, if it was Marines or even different countries, our allies, that they would go out with.
And so, if anybody's not familiar with what he did as a sniper, basically, what is his job to do when he's acting as a sniper?
Yeah, so just as a sniper, his job is to do overwatch, and if any of our allies, Iraqi civilians, or soldiers are in danger, immediate threat, then he takes out the threat by shooting whoever's about to shoot or whoever has a grenade or whatever.
Does this have, when you say overwatch, does this have him like up on a roof somewhere a lot of the time?
It can be, on a roof.
Or maybe somewhere high up in a window or that kind of thing?
Right, all those.
Watching out for other comrades in arms.
Right.
And is that the capacity that he served in pretty much throughout his career as a Navy SEAL?
Right, he was always a member of the SEAL team, so they did the urban warfare too, so they'd be in the streets and going into houses, enemy houses, or where there was supposedly terrorists, doing that. And then with the Marines, he was also on the streets, going to house and the alleyways with the IEDs, lots and lots of gunfights. Yep, go ahead.
Let me just stop you there. I got another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's maybe a little nervous.
No, it's okay.
How did Chris become a sniper? Did he have some specialized skills that got him into that line of work?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not nervous, I'm just emotional.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a good shot.
Grow up around weapons?
He did. They went hunting, and yeah. I mean, but Chris always said, his brother was a better shot than he was, and he wasn't. But he was good at his job.
And I forgot to ask you a little bit about Chris. Where did he grow up?
He grew up starting around 2nd or 3rd grade in Midlothian, Texas.
Okay. And did he always live in Texas though his entire life?
Pretty much.
Or he went overseas?
When he was a cowboy, he was in Colorado for a little while, and then in San Diego for the military. And there was a station before he came to San Diego for a little bit. I think it was Tennessee.
And where did he go? Did he go to college?
Yeah, he went to Tarleton.
Okay. Did he ever ride rodeo?
He did. Yep, he rode rodeo in high school and in college.
And did he get injured when he was riding rodeo?
He did. He had a pretty severe accident, later in his college time, and ended up in the hospital with pins and a lot of broken bones.
So was it after that he joined the Navy?
Yeah, they denied him at first because of the pins in his arm, and then when enrollment was lower, they called him and said they were looking for other people. So
Now, and I forgot to ask you, do you have some family members with you here in the courtroom?
I do.
Is your dad here with you?
My dad's here, yeah.
He's from Oregon as well?
He is.
And then also, does Chris have some family members here in the courtroom?
Yes, we have family. His brother Jeff and my sister-in-law Amy, and then his parents Wayne and Debbie Kyle, and his aunt Ann is also here. And I hope I haven't missed anybody else. I don't think so.
Okay. So we were talking about how he became to be a sniper, and to your knowledge, was he a good marksman?
Yes, he was. He was good at what he did.
Was he also known for any other shooting skills? In other words, was he a fast draw?
Oh, yeah, incredibly fast draw. And there were situations in overseas where, one in particular, there was a brick wall, and the gunfight was over, and he was on one side with another American soldier, and they were just, guns were down, they were talking, whatever, and a mortar round came over and blew up the wall, and all of a sudden the wall was gone, and there were 2 terrorists on the one side that had just been having some downtime too, and then him and whoever drew first basically was gonna live, and fortunately he did, and they didn't.
Okay. I mean, was he so good at his job that he actually became recognized for his skill as a sniper?
He did, and
That lead to the book that he wrote?
it did.
Okay. Tell us about, what's the name of the book, if somebody hadn't heard about it?
Right.
What's that called?
The book is American Sniper, and just to be clear, he did not want to write a book. He actively did not want to write it and put it off for years, but because of the record, because of the success, people were going to write it about him, and he wanted to make sure that he could give other people the credit for the service that they did, and the only way to do that was to write it himself.
So, he wrote that book himself, and he had help, I guess, writing it, right?
Yes, Jim DeFelice did help, of course. Yeah.
And when was that book published?
Forgive me, Jane, I get this wrong. I can't remember if it's 11 or 12, but I think, was it 11, 2011?
Somewhere around that time
Yep.
frame. 11
Yep,
or
sorry, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And why was it that other people wanted to write a book about him or encouraged him to write this book?
I think Chris's life, he's such a unique person because he's just so humble and kind and easygoing and charismatic, and then he also had this skill that you maybe wouldn't necessarily put together with somebody that had all those qualities, and unless you understand it more. And when you understand it, you realize that doing sniper work is really an extension of your heart, because you're willing to take something on in order to save somebody else. It's not an easy job, but if you're willing to pay the price of what that might do to you, you can save other people.
Did he have a really impressive record, though, as a sniper that got him to
Yeah.
that place?
Yeah, he did. He was the most lethal sniper in United States military history, is what the publisher wanted to put on the book.
And how many, what does that mean? How many confirmed kills was he credited with?
I know sometimes the numbers will vary from what the Navy wants to say, and I think it was 160 for the book or 155.
And when they say confirmed kills, what does that mean?
A confirmed kill is when you are on Overwatch, you take the shot, and there's another witness to it, and they confirm the death, and then they write up the paperwork for it afterward.
And do all those confirmed kills have to follow, say, the rules of engagement?
Absolutely.
And are they overseen, I guess is the right grammar, by some JAG lawyer?
Oh yes, every piece of paperwork is written up by a couple people, signed off on, then goes to, I don't know if it's JAG honestly, or which, but yeah, an oversight.
Some military law.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess when we hear the term confirmed kills, those are just the ones that are witnessed and confirmed. So
Right.
if something's not witnessed, is not counted.
Right, and the paperwork is done. Sometimes you can have a witness, but the paperwork isn't.
Okay. You had talked a little bit about Chris's service, and so this would have him, how long would his tours of duty be? Like if he was in Iraq, what was the length of service that he would be doing over there?
They were supposed to be about 6 months each time, but sometimes they could be longer, 8 months to, closer to a year. And then one of them was a little shorter.
Okay. And when he'd come back home, how long was he at home before he'd have to go back again?
Technically, the schedule they have set up is you deploy for 6 months, and then for a year and a half, you're doing what they call a workup, which is your training for the deployment. But the schedules they try to follow that, but it's a little bit, it could be 8-month deployment, come home and train for a year and 4 months or something.
And now, when you talked a little bit about people that we know, because if he's shooting somebody, he sees somebody die, right?
Right.
Looking through the scope.
Right.
Unless I guess they're too far away to actually see the actual target.
Yeah. Some of them, yeah. I mean, in all cases, you'd see. Yeah.
And to your knowledge, did Chris also, though, see people get shot near him?
Yeah, very much so. Not only his brothers, Mark Lee and Ryan Job, that were shot right next to him. Mark died, but there are a number of citations, award citations that I read later that Chris didn't even tell me about it right away, that showed him putting himself at risk and going into, like, for example, an alleyway with bullets flying and rescuing some reporters. And then there was a Marine who died on his chest, literally was shot in the stomach and died out on top of him. And so, yeah.
Did Chris ever receive any awards while he was in the military?
He did. He had 2 Silver Stars and 5 Bronze Stars with Valor, the Grateful Nation Award from the Jewish Institute of National Security Affairs.
Now, when he left the military, you said in around late 2009, so it's almost 2010 when he got out?
Correct.
Okay, like November or something?
Correct.
Okay. Where did y'all live when he first got out?
We were in Alpine, California,
Okay.
outside of San Diego.
Okay. And did y'all decide to move back to Texas?
We did.
Or I say it's not back for you, but
Yeah.
back for him.
Yes.
Okay. Because he had family here, right?
He has family here and Texas boy through and through.
Okay. Because we know it's the best state to live in. So.
It is, and I got here as soon as I could, right?
Once he got out of the military, what kind of job did he start doing?
So before he got out of the military, he had a goal of starting a training company for police and different law enforcement agencies and some military, not because he thought he was the best, but because he figured if they all shared the different tools that they have and helped each other put different tools in the toolbox, everybody was better off in protecting whatever they were assigned to protect. So he started Craft International outside of Dallas, Texas.
Okay. And so just to make clear, what exactly did Craft International do?
Well, they did a number of things. They were trying to figure out the best way to stay alive as a new business, and so they did do some training for individuals.
What kind of training?
Okay, they did some training, pistol and rifle. So, for example, if people wanted to learn how to shoot, farther than 100 or 300 yards, they could get them doing that pretty quickly. He did some hand-to-hand combat stuff. Not him, but they had somebody else on the team that did that. And
Trained people in hand-to-hand combat?
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
What else did they do?
Mostly they did that. Then they, towards the end of Chris's life, they were starting to get some contracts doing school securities and talking to school districts about how to secure their district.
Did they also do law enforcement training?
They did some law enforcement training as well, yes.
What were they training law enforcement in?
Same thing, just trying to put more tools in their toolbox. So it could be different sniper tactics or for the SWAT teams or just different pistol tactics.
Or just shooting training?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yep.
Okay. And did some of their, I don't know what to call them, activities with Craft International, the shooting activities for people that were civilians, not law enforcement, did they involve them going out to different places, different shooting ranges, and doing shooting events?
Yeah, typically what they found was that Rough Creek Lodge had been really open and excited about the idea of having them out there because it would gain them some of the higher end clientele. And then they built a range out there for Craft to use. And they had plans to do some other things as well, but it was a win-win because Rough Creek could introduce their lodge to more people that way that they may not have gotten otherwise, and then Craft had a nice place for people to stay and could get the higher income people there to do it, and then also teach and make money for the company.
You mentioned Rough Creek Lodge. Where is Rough Creek Lodge?
In Glen Rose, Texas.
Okay. And have you actually been to Rough Creek Lodge yourself?
Yes, I had. The people at Rough Creek were very nice.
I'm talking about prior to Chris's death.
Yes,
You've been there.
yes. The people at Rough Creek were so nice and kind and warm, and so when they would stay there, a lot of times they'd give Chris a really nice room, and So a couple different times he'd call up and say, hey, if you want to bring the kids down, come on down. And they have lots of family activities there, trampoline, bounce house.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So it's not just a shooting range and that's all that's at Routh.
Oh gosh, no. And no, there's a little petting zoo, and there's, like I said, the zip line for kids, and a trampoline, and a beautiful restaurant, a patio that they have bonfires at night, and they'll literally play like a kid's movie on the wall and make you s'mores every night out there. Swimming pool.
Did y'all actually go out there as a family?
We did. Just when he had a room for the training, we couldn't afford a room there otherwise, but.
Yeah, I don't even know exactly what it costs, but it is an expensive place.
It's very nice, but it has that lodge rustic feel, and then all the wildflowers outside and the big ponds, and the kids can dig for fossils.
And I think in the beginning of our conversation, I forgot to ask you, did you and Chris have children?
Oh, sorry, yes, we had 2 children, a boy and a girl.
And how old are they now?
They're in elementary school, both of them.
How old were they when Chris died?
They were 8 and 6.
And which one's the older one?
My son.
Okay. Your boy, and then you had the girl 2 years later.
A year and a half, actually, 18 months.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to show you some photographs, Ms. Kyle. So the first one we've marked as State's Exhibit number 8. Do you recognize that place that's depicted in that photograph? Just without saying, just just tell me if you recognize
Yes, I do,
it.
yes.
Okay. And does this photograph truly and accurately portray that location?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you some other photographs. State's Exhibit 124, 122, 123, 127, 128, and 129. Just take a look and tell me if you recognize the people in these photographs.
Yes.
And then 129, do you recognize this vehicle in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these photographs all truly and accurately portray the people and then that vehicle in that last photograph?
Yes.
At this time, we would offer State's Exhibit 8, and then 124, 122, 123, 127, and 129, and tender to defense for their inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 8 is admitted, as well as 124, 122, 123, 127, and 129. I have a note as to 128. Was it included or not?
Yes, 128.
128 is admitted as well.
If I stand over here, Ms. Conklin, you see if I put the...
Yes, ma'am.
There's also a view up here. I'll show you, this is State's 122. There we go. And who are we looking at this photograph?
It's Chris with his parents, Wayne and Debbie Kyle.
What was this event that they're at?
I believe that was in when he won the Grateful Nation Award from JINSA, Jewish Institute of National Security Affairs.
And about what year would this have been, do you know?
Yeah, it was 2000, end of 2004. I think maybe early 2005, but I think 2005.
And
Yeah, it was 2005, sorry.
the pictures that we always see, you know, in the media or whatever, it shows Chris with the beard.
Mhm.
Back then he was clean shaven.
Yeah, that's not how I ever really knew Chris. The whole time I was with him, he was clean shaven until, after he got out, then he grew a beard.
And so, State's Exhibit 124.
Sorry, that's Chris and me and our son, and I just found out I was pregnant with my daughter.
So what year would this have been?
It was September of 2005.
Do you know where that's taken?
I do. It was in Scottsdale, Arizona.
State's Exhibit 123. Take a minute if you need to.
Sorry.
Where is this?
I was outside our house on Easter morning, Chris hiding Easter eggs for the kids.
I guess some people might notice he's got this this shirt on, and I don't know if the jury can read it from the photographs where they are. What is there's a symbol on the shirt, but it also says something on the shirt. What does the shirt say?
On the left hand, or it's his right, but as we're looking at on the left-hand side, it says Fitco Cares, and the
While we're on the subject, can you tell us what is Fitco Cares?
So Fitco Cares, Chris always had this idea when he got out of the military that he wanted to help other people recover, and working out was his best outlet for stress, the healthiest thing, helped him get his mind, feeling better. And so he had the good fortune, it sort of felt like divine intervention at the time, to meet Jason Kose, who was the owner of Fitco. And Jason had just had an experience a couple weeks before where he felt like God was pushing him to do something more. And so when he heard Chris's idea, being an owner of a fitness company, he could get the equipment to veterans and their families. So they started the foundation that Chris would, his goal was to have them take it and run it, and they did.
Okay. Basically, just in the easiest terms we can, what does Fitco Cares do?
Okay, gets gym equipment to veterans so that they can work out and have a healthy outlet.
Okay. And why was that, I guess, why were they giving gym equipment to veterans? Why not just give them a gym membership?
Oh, thank you. Chris and I both found like we just preferred to be at home working out if we could, and a lot of the guys who come back severely wounded are either burned or have deformities, prosthetics, and things that when they're in, let's say, Walter Reed, and they're around a lot of other guys who have those same types of injuries, they feel totally normal. But sometimes when they go home and they're in an environment where they're the only one, they feel like they're getting stared at or looked at. And so it's just another reason why not to go to the gym. So the idea is get it in their homes where they can do it on their own time.
And also, would Fitco Cares give gym equipment, not just to the veterans, but so their families could use it as well?
Yeah, they did do it for some of the families, and in fact, even I think they tried to start giving it to a couple of widows and Gold Star mothers.
And so,
Gold Star being somebody who's lost their son.
So he's got on the Fitco Cares shirt. I guess this is what we're talking about here. And then there's a symbol here. I think we're actually going to see it in a second photograph. But just back before we get off on another picture, he said Easter morning, and this would have been after 2010, like about what year?
This was it was April 2012.
So the Easter before he died.
Correct.
Now, let me show you State's Exhibit 128. And in this photograph, I guess he's in the military here.
Actually, no, that was after he got out and was running Craft International. They were doing a photo shoot with a company that sells tactical gear.
Okay, so this is a posed picture.
Yes.
Okay. But we also see in this one, this, the symbol on his shirt and on the sleeve of this guy that's with him here.
Correct.
Which is the same one, I guess, that we saw in
Correct.
this photograph here. Explain to us, what is that symbol?
So when they're at war, I don't know, maybe you've heard the term before, the psychological ops. And so it's been done for many, many wars in our history. And what it does is tries to get into the hearts and minds of the enemy using any means you can to get them not to come out and fight more. So one of the goals was to take the Punisher skull that was from Marvel Comics and spray it on their gear or their tanks, and hopefully that would be an incentive for people to not come out and fight just based on that psychological operation type thing. And if it did get ugly and they left their mark, that they would know when they saw him coming the next time.
So it was a character from Marvel Comics.
Correct.
They adopted his SEAL team.
Yes.
And did that sort of become the logo for Craft International?
Yeah, what Chris wanted to do is to have a logo that was intensely personal, and he wanted to honor the lives of Ryan Job and Mark Lee. Mark Lee was the one who was killed with him, and Ryan Job was his friend who survived the the gunshot through his eye, but ended up dying later in surgery. So he wanted to put something over the right eye because that's where Ryan was shot, and so they ended up putting a it's sort of a mix between crosshairs and a cross, a Christian cross, and then the quote that was around it, not in this one but the other picture on the helicopter, is a line that Ryan Job said to the media after the Somali pirate shooting.
So the Punisher symbol, I don't know if we can see it so well in this picture, but it has a cross over the eye.
Correct.
That's because of Ryan Job.
Correct.
So that though became the symbol for Craft International. And so, you're nodding, you have to say out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. It did, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so a lot of the gear that Chris had that was associated with Craft International, and a lot of his personal stuff has this Punisher symbol on it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so if we see that somewhere else, that's what that is.
Correct.
Talk about a couple of other photos before I sit down. We were talking about Rough Creek Lodge.
Correct.
And this is a photo out here at Rough Creek Lodge.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
This is kind of as you drive up the driveway to the main lodge.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think we got a little off track. When we were talking about Rough Creek, you were mentioning to me about some kids' activities that they have out there. So, you took your kids out there.
Correct.
And what kind of activities would they have for kids out there?
We did a fossil dig that wasn't far from that stone there, and
That's known as the dinosaur.
yes, the dinosaur area. And so, you know, when you're looking at fossils there, they're looking for like little shells or maybe insect fossils type thing.
Do they have archery and things for kids?
I don't know if they have archery, but I think it's possible. But they have bike riding. You can fish. When you walk down to the pond, they have it fully stocked with worms and poles and little boats that you can take. And then swimming, tennis courts, the tether ball. I don't know if you remember those, the post with the ball that you hit back and forth. The petting zoo, which it just really is a little goat, and then some rabbits that you can chase. And then they have, at different times during the day, they'll bring a pony out, and you can pet it, or you can sit on it and walk it around. So it's sort of like everything on a little bit of a small scale, but it's all there for you to, and horseback riding if you want to.
But they have adult activities out there.
They do, hunting.
And you were talking about, they have shooting sports for adults out there.
They do.
And did Chris actually help the folks at Rough Creek set up the long range out there?
He did.
And kind of explain how that came about.
Okay, so they had, at Rough Creek, they already had some paintball with the hay bales, and but they wanted to, like I said, increase their business by getting in a different clientele, and they wanted to use, Chris's name and training was a good way for them to increase business, they thought. So they did make a range out on a backfield that they built specifically to his dimensions, guidelines, safety requirements, and it was a good place to get sort of long range shooting, and it's away from everything else so that it's not, disturbing other people doing other activities.
And because he helped set that range up and facilitated that for the Rough Creek folks, could he pretty much go out there whenever he wanted to?
I suppose yes, he could.
I mean, unless somebody else was using the range.
Correct, but it probably at that point would have only been their company. It's just something, I guess it would be a special occasion to do that because it's, it's a drive.
Okay. We may have heard if somebody has, read something, we're not supposed, I'm going to assume we're going into this like people have never heard anything
Yeah.
about Chris.
Yeah.
In case nobody's heard, let's talk about
Yeah,
it.
of course.
Did Chris have some trouble himself adjusting to civilian life after he came back from the military?
Yes, I guess is the short answer, but go ahead.
What kind of problems specifically did he have?
Yeah, I think the bottom line is that you miss the brotherhood and you miss going to work in an environment where, somebody give their life for you. He was working a lot, but he also was drinking some, not morning till evening or anything like that, but some guys might come home and have a drink after work or something. Maybe he'd have 3 or 4. Not obnoxious or anything. He had, sometimes night sweats a lot. There were times when he first got out that, we'd have to change the sheets because the sweat would be soaking through the sheets. He was irritable, he did gain some weight before he got back into working out. Still looked great though, but
You have trouble sleeping ever?
oh yeah, and definitely insomnia type things where he couldn't fall asleep.
And now, did he actually get a certain percentage disability from the VA for post-traumatic stress disorder?
He did. He got 30%.
PTSD is
Correct.
okay. Did he also get some disability for physical problems?
Oh yes, he did.
Did he have some injuries that he suffered while he was in the military?
Absolutely. He had both knees operated on, his back, his fingers that were broken, high blood pressure, his eyes and ears were definitely hit pretty hard.
You were talking about how he got back into working out, and kind of on that topic, did he come to know a guy in y'all's neighborhood or through your children named Chad Littlefield?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about how did Chris meet Chad Littlefield?
Well, Chad's wife, Leanne, and I became friends on the soccer fields, actually. She was the first friend that I made in Midlothian. And so when the guys came for the games, we just ended up introducing them, and then she and I were great friends, and Chad and Chris were great friends. So it was just, and our daughters were the same age, so it was just easy on a Sunday if they just come over and hang out.
So they lived nearby too?
They did, within maybe 2 miles.
Now, was this, did Chad and Chris then become friends?
They did, very good friends.
And was this before the book came out?
It was before the book came out.
Before he became famous?
Yes.
And so, is that something that Chris valued, that he was a friend, not just for, some hanger-on because of the fame?
Right, yeah, it was he certainly had some other really good friends that he went to school with, who had been friends his whole life, and he loved them. There weren't a lot of people that he would meet that it would just be like he'd really want to hang out with them more, but Chad was the one who just really clicked with his personality. And like you said, they lived close. Our kids had similar events, so we had the opportunity. I don't know if when you're parents, it's if your kids are doing the same things, oftentimes that's when you see your friends.
And we introduced a photo. I'm going to show it to the jury. States number 127 here.
Mm-hmm.
So we can see who these two guys are together. Is this a picture of Chris and Chad?
Yes, it is.
So this is Chad here on this side.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And about what's the time frame this was taken?
That we went to Port Aransas. I think it was the only family vacation both of our families had taken in, forever. And it was summer of 2012.
Kind of explain to us Chris and Chad's relationship, and what was it about the two of them that really clicked?
They were both humble people. Chad wasn't a big fan of any kind of attention. He loved living just a really simple life, and he was a hard worker, and so was Chris. And then it was just easy. It was just easy. I mean, no matter what he did, and he said that anything he'd ever do, he'd always enjoy it more with Chad there. When they had corporate type events, Chad was the type of person that would be busy working. He'd make himself busy. He wouldn't say, hey, what do you need? What do you want me to do? He'd just look around, start picking up stuff and do it. And then, just kind of be in the background, hanging out and laughing once in a while. And if somebody wanted to strike up conversation, he'd talk and laugh with them. But if they didn't, he was just fine sitting there and hanging out.
Yeah, I get the impression, was Chris, I guess, a real chatty guy?
No, it's when he had to do interviews or whatever, he was extremely intelligent and could, easily have those conversations and talk if he needed to him or convey whatever. But if given his choice, we used to laugh actually, because there was at one point I said, I think or he said he'd be happy if all he ever had to do was grunt, just whatever. But then when it was time to turn it on, he turned it on, and.
How about Chad? Was he a real talker?
No, same thing. I mean, I had a lot of good conversations with Chad, and he was just a really neat person. You could joke with him so easily, which I think is part of what they loved about each other, is that they had a similar sense of humor.
Did Chris and Chad start working out together?
They did.
And where would that happen?
In our garage.
Like, what time of day?
Oh, like 5:30 in the morning, and yeah.
Earlier than I get up to work out. But...
Yeah, earlier than most people would ever want to get up to work out, but that's what they did.
And when they're out there, when the two of them are together, from your observations, would they be like, talking the whole time, or could they just exist and not say anything to each other?
It was both. I mean, Chris and I used to joke all the time. If he said, he said, man, Chad and I had a real talkative morning this morning. And I'm like, yeah, how much? One sentence, two, pushing three would be really, sometimes they would talk. Obviously, we're joking, but not much, because they were there to work out and it was 5:30 in the morning. Everybody's tired.
But I'm getting the impression, are they the kind of guys that, they could just be in each other's presence and not have to just fill the dead air with chatter?
Yeah, right. Totally. That's one of the main things that was super comfortable, is just being together was cool. You didn't have to talk if you didn't have anything to say.
And then outside of his activities at Craft, and you mentioned FitGo Cares, were there other activities that Chris started to do with the veterans?
Yes, ma'am. They had, there was a charity, I believe it was Base Camp 40, that does hunts for veterans. And Chris knew that his friend, Ryan Job, who was shot through the eye, they took him on a hunt, actually, and he was able to get a record-setting bull elk, even though he was completely blind. But they used a computer-operated scope and somebody with voice stuff, and it made Ryan feel amazing. And, competing in triathlons, that kind of stuff, too, he did that. But something outdoors. So when Chris was invited to go on these hunts with guys, veterans, and he would do that. And then they sometimes at a friend's ranch, they would have different wounded guys out there that would just be having a place to shoot long distances was a big deal, because they can, you can go to your city range anytime, but to get out in nature, number one, feels amazing, and number two, to have a long range thing and then just chill with another guy seemed to be very healing. And I think the last thing was his friend Marcus Luttrell said that the healing that he could get 1 week in the outdoors was exponentially greater than he could have ever gotten in a hospital. 2 or 3 months at a hospital, and he wouldn't have felt better than just 1 week outdoors. So that was kind of the philosophy.
So the philosophy was getting veterans Were they guys with both physical and psychological problems?
Yeah, I mean, to the level of, Chris has a lot of friends who are in different, if it's FBI or police or military, all different branches, and a lot of them have technically, they don't admit it to a lot of people, but they certainly have shared it with us, PTSD, and that's fine. I mean, you can't be a human being and not have it if you're in an extreme situation, probably, which those guys were all in extreme situations, and they hung out, they had their families, they went hunting. I mean, they're still working in their jobs in the police department, and
So he would take these guys with, whatever psychological problem or maybe they had a physical problem, and that wasn't uncommon for him to take them out in nature and do some kind of shooting sport.
no, that's the whole point, is take people who are having a hard time for physical or mental reasons.
Because I'm going to assume that most of the guys, that Chris was probably like this, and the guys that he's taken out are not the kind of guys where you'd call on the phone and say, hey, come over to my house and let's sit and drink a glass of wine and talk.
Yeah, no, probably not. No, I mean, that's right. It's, yeah, it's always nice to have a reason to get together, whether it's, I don't know, for my kids, it's like play ball, but
Get together, do
yes,
a guy thing.
yes. And then the talking just happens. And in fact, to your point, a lot of times he would say that it was around the campfire at night after a day like that, after a day of shooting and you get familiar with each other and then you're sitting around the campfire, that's when a lot of times the more serious conversations come out and they can really talk and commiserate and get some healing done.
So was Chris kind of known, I guess, in y'all's area, and people knew that he did these kind of things for veterans?
Yes.
And so let's get to how did Chris come to meet Eddie Routh?
Yeah. And I think too, Jane, they also had, our community knew Chris as a guy who gave talks to people in our community, would refuse to be paid for it, without just always helping people. So one morning when he took our kids to school and dropped them off, the mother said, his mother said that,
Yeah.
oh, how did he meet him? I don't know. You want me to?
We can't talk about what somebody else said, but
Oh, okay, yeah. So the mother, gave a,
no, without going into what their conversation
asked
was.
him to meet with her son.
Was your understanding, did Eddie Routh's mother work at your kid's school?
Yes,
And did she approach Chris about helping her son?
yes, thank you, yes.
And do you know that by some notes that were actually sent home with Chris containing some phone numbers?
Yeah, in addition to what he told me, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you, Ms. Kyle, State's Exhibit 160 and 161. Take a look and tell me if you can identify these two items.
Those are the pieces of paper that were given to Chris by the mother, with phone numbers on them and how to contact him.
And did you provide these to the police after Chris's death?
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer States 160 and 161.
No objection on 160 and 161, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 160 and 161 are admitted.
I'm going to show these up here. The first one is a note, has Chris's name on the front. And then inside, there are two phone numbers. And it's Jody Routh, who you've come to know as Eddie Routh's mother,
Yes, ma'am.
the one that worked at the school.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this one states 160, it's just another note with those same phone numbers on them.
Yes, ma'am.
With course permission, I'm going to write some phone numbers up here. Ms. Kyle,
You may.
here, I'm terrible with numbers.
Okay.
Read me out for the phone number that says Eddie Routh.
Okay. 972 219 85328.
Hold on, let me write his name.
Okay.
Okay, and then there's a second one there.
Yeah, Jody Routh. And I don't know if it matters, Jane, it says home number on Eddie's, but all right, it's a 469 is hers. 853 2800.
Okay, while we're on the subject of phone numbers, do you remember what Chris's cell phone number was back around this time frame in early 2013?
Yes, it was 214.
Can't write, hold on.
That's okay.
Okay,
300 1428.
okay, and what was your cell phone number back then?
214 326 7199.
And I'm assuming you've changed your phone number since then?
Yes.
Okay, feel sorry for who has this phone number now.
Yeah.
So, where did you find these notes?
Those were in our master bedroom closet on a shelf where Chris would put some of his, you know, when you empty your pockets at night, some of that stuff.
Now, had Chris ever met Eddie Routh prior to February the 2nd, 2013?
No,
Um,
not that I know of.
okay. Now, to your knowledge, did they have some conversations by phone prior to February 2nd, 2013?
Yes.
Okay. I guess to figure out what they were going to do that day.
Yeah, the first one was just to introduce himself and just touch base and sort of follow up with what he told the mom he was going to do. And then the second one was, I think, to make the specific plans.
Okay. And then, had you yourself ever met Eddie Routh
No,
prior to that date?
no.
Okay. In fact, you never met him in your life until court appearances.
Right.
Now, we were talking a little earlier about that Punisher symbol, and I've shown and introduced State's Exhibit number 129. I don't know if whose truck is this?
That's Chris's truck.
So this is Chris's truck. What type of truck is that?
It's a Ford F-350.
It's a big truck.
It's a big truck. Yes, ma'am.
Hard for somebody short as me to get up into.
My kids could do it, but yeah, you could. But yeah, it's a little challenging.
Challenging wearing a skirt.
Absolutely, yeah.
So on the back here, do we see that Punisher symbol that we were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know that this is Chris's truck from the license plate number?
Yes.
Okay. You've checked the registration and your paperwork, and you know that's the right license plate.
Correct.
Okay. And plus, it has the Punisher symbol on it.
Right, and the come and take it license plate.
Okay. Let me talk to you a little bit about that truck. I don't want to sound insulting, but
Okay.
you know how some people, they keep their cars very neat and clean. Some people don't.
Right.
Which way was Chris?
He would be in the some people don't category.
Okay, so generally, what was the condition of his truck interior?
I mean, you know, we used it as a family vehicle, bless you, and had the dogs in there sometimes, and he used it for work, and so there was, you know, all kinds of stuff. Maybe even sometimes a fast food wrapper. I mean, you know, it wasn't obscene. It was just real life, real busy.
Yeah. And so sometimes it kind of looked like he lived in his truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he'd love it if it was always in, you know, but time and family and stuff, and
That kind of thing happens.
yep, exactly.
Okay. Let me talk to you, Ms. Kyle, about February the 2nd, 2013. Tell us about your day, Chris's day, your kids' day. What were y'all doing that day as a family?
We started the day like we do a lot of Saturdays. We had our kids' sporting events, and we went to that. Both kids played sports, and he chatted with our friends and their kids, cheered the kids on, laughed, all that good stuff. And then we, after the game, we took separate cars because he knew he had plans.
And what were his plans that day?
Yeah, his plans were to go to the games in the morning and then just take a quick trip down to meet this veteran that the mother had talked about. And he specifically chose a place that was beautiful and peaceful and that gave some time to talk so that they could talk for an hour and a half on the way down, or, like it happens with a lot of people, shoot first, then if they're bonded on the way home, talk, like I was saying about the bonfires sometimes. After you do the shooting is when the real talk happens. But he specifically chose a place down there. So he anticipated maybe hour and a half there, hour and a half back, hour shooting was about how it was supposed to go down.
So you knew he was going to go to Rough Creek that day?
Yes.
And did you know he was going to go out there and shoot?
Yes.
Did you actually see him put guns in the car?
Yes.
And did you know that it was this veteran whose mother worked at the kids' school that he had been talking to?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time, did you know his name?
I did.
Okay. Did you know his name was Eddie Routh?
I did.
Okay, so you knew he was going to Rough Creek with Eddie Routh?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, so you said y'all went to a game that morning, and then did you have different plans that afternoon?
Yes, my plan was to take my daughter to use a gift card she had for Build-A-Bear and take one of her little friends with her. And yep.
Stopping you there. Okay, somebody know what Build-A-Bear, is that one of those places where the kids build their own teddy bear?
Right, so you take a stuffed animal and you, it's a shell of a stuffed animal, they fill it with stuffing and you kiss the heart and put it in and all that. Yep.
You were going to take your daughter to Build-A-Bear, and then Chris had his plans to go to Rough Creek with Eddie Routh.
Correct, and then meet up right after.
And now, did you know whether Chad Littlefield was going to go with them out to Rough Creek?
I did, yeah, Chad was at the house when they left.
Okay, so tell us about what time did Chris and Chad leave y'all's house to go on this trip?
Well, I took the girls home real quick, and then they were getting ready, and I think that was around noon. And they were, Chris was stressing, running, trying to get all the stuff in the truck that most guys like to shoot. He always liked to bring kind of different stuff for them to make it a little more interesting and, I don't know, make it special.
And did he sometimes, when he's going on one of these shooting events with a veteran, was he also, I guess, testing out weapons for craft?
You know, I don't think, I suppose if one needed to be tested or he wanted to, that's fine. I think, he had just gotten back into some of the old cowboy stuff and replicas, and I know he was looking forward to doing some of the black powder, and,
When you say that, did he have a pistol that looked kind of like a replica of an old cowboy
Yes.
pistol?
Yes.
Looks kind of like an old Colt 45?
Yes.
Okay. And so, when did you last see Chris that day?
We were at the house, and we were both trying to hurry and get to where we were supposed to go. And so he had gone around the house one way to try to find me, and I, like comedy, eventually we found each other in the hallway, and, he just said he was inviting, or he asked Chad to come along.
You said Chad had come to the house.
Chad was at the house, wanted to have Chad have an extra set, just to have an extra set of eyes. And then and then I said, hey, maybe make sure that this guy knows that Chad can be trusted 100% so that he's comfortable saying whatever he wants to say. And he said, oh yeah, no, I definitely will. And then just said we loved each other and gave each other a kiss and a hug like we always did. And then I just, I left, and when I left, he was in the driveway still kind of trying to get more stuff in there and get going.
Now, did you talk by phone with Chris sometime that afternoon?
Yes.
About what time was that?
I think it was probably, maybe 2 or 3, maybe. Yeah,
sometime mid-afternoon.
right.
But where was he when you called him?
I believe he was at Rough Creek. I mean, no, he was. He said he was, yeah.
What was his demeanor like when you talked to him that afternoon?
You know, he was, you know, hey,
Pardon me, anything he said, we based on hearsay. I think she could explain the demeanor, otherwise I object to the hearsay.
Overruled.
And what was his demeanor like when you talked to him on the phone?
so, you know, it just, he was like, hello, you know, just a little bit more quick. Usually it's like, hey, babe, you know. And I just had a quick question for him if he wanted to go out with our friends for dinner that night. And so I just said, I said, hey, I know you're working, you're doing your stuff, but do you want to, you know, go out with our friends for dinner tonight? And he goes, yeah, that'd be fine. And I said, okay. I said, are you okay? And he was like, yep. And that's not common for him. Usually our conversations were a lot more, and I could tell something was up, and then he was just quiet. And, you know, a lot of times when that was the case with him, it'd be like, I'm at a point where I don't know if I should say more, because obviously there's something more, or if I should just like, he's probably dealing with it and
How
go.
would you characterize what you were hearing on the phone? Just like what emotion?
I mean, I would say irritated. I thought he was irritated. I thought the guy must be, I thought he,
Well, I don't want you to think about, you know, speculate on.
no, not, I'm just saying like, okay, so what would cause him to be irritated is what I was thinking.
Right, and so, yeah,
Yeah.
so he just didn't seem like normal Chris when you talked.
No, because normally going out there, especially a place like Rough Creek, it's beautiful. He feels really good about helping somebody. Usually he's making their day and he knows it, which is what, you know, had happened earlier. He thought that guy sounded really excited to go, and so he thought he was doing a good thing.
So he sounded a little irritated when you talked to him mid-afternoon.
Yeah, it was very short, and it wasn't like short like, hey, you're interrupting a good time. It was short like, I wish I could say more, but I'm not going to because there are people around.
So now, were y'all supposed to meet up at a certain time for your
Yes.
friends?
Yeah, I think it was, you know, maybe 5 or 6 or something. I mean,
So he was supposed to be back before then?
correct.
When did you first, I guess, figure out or learn that something was wrong?
I was getting the kids into the, you know, the family car to go out to dinner because since I hadn't heard from him, well, first of all, Leanne, Chad's wife, had called me and said, hey, have you heard from the guys? I haven't heard from them. And so I called once and didn't get an answer, and then
Chris once?
I did, I believe so, yeah. I mean, I didn't get an answer, but at least I think I did. But then I texted, are you okay? I'm getting worried.
Did he text back?
No, which is, there's one thing about him, about Chris, is that he never wanted me to worry about anything, and I never wanted him to. So I also knew that if I said, hey, I'm worried, that even if there was something serious going on or they were in a deep conversation, that he would take the time to just be like, all good, babe, you know, call you later, whatever, just something quick to let me know. So that's about when I started to get concerned. And then when I was putting the, you know, getting the kids in the car, and the other neighbors were outside at their houses, getting in their cars, because we were going with literally a, you know, 4 house in a square. We were all going to go out for the one neighbor's birthday, and a guy Chris went to school with, who's a police officer, pulled up to the house.
Was he on duty?
He was on duty.
So he wasn't just there as a friend?
Correct. And even on duty, sometimes he would stop by our house just to say hi or check in.
So when he first pulls up, do you immediately think something's wrong, or are you thinking maybe he's pulling up as a friend?
You know, it's kind of hard not to put some of it together, that I haven't heard from him and I'm worried and I haven't heard from him, and then a police officer shows up. But
And do you remember that officer's name?
Mark Tribley.
And
Mark Tribley. I think it's Triebly.
and
Yeah, close to that anyway.
and so at that point in time,
I think, yeah, so a lot of times in the military, you know, there's always rumors that somebody's gotten hurt or something's gone down, but I knew from experience, you don't ever go to that place where you believe it until it's confirmed, because you can borrow a whole lot of trouble that way. So I did see him, and I did say, hey, Mark, what's up? You know, just like, I'm going to believe the best. And he said, have you seen Chris's truck? And I said, no, Mark, I haven't. I said, what's going on? And he said, he goes, well, I think Chris has been hurt. And I said, okay, give me a minute, please. And then I went over and told my neighbors, look, I'm not going to go. Chris has been hurt. And I started to kind of cry, but then I pulled it together because there were other people coming around. And then
Your kids there?
I was going to say the kids were getting in the car. So then I called a friend of mine who has, 4 kids under the age of 10 and was pregnant with the 5th, like super busy woman. But she was, I knew she lived close by and she wasn't one of that group. So I just called her and I said, hey, Jen, I think Chris has been hurt. Can you come get the kids? And she said, of course, and literally was there within 5 minutes. And so I just told the kids, I said, because they had had a great day. My son had already told me it was the best day of his life. And I said, hey, the day's going to get better. You guys get to have a sleepover. And they were like, oh, okay. But, my son being a little bit older said,
I'm going to have to object to Mary's answer.
oh, sorry, what am I supposed to be saying? That's the, thanks.
Question,
Sorry, what did I miss?
question and answer.
Oh,
Okay, so you wanted to get,
he doesn't like my stories, that's okay.
that's okay.
Well,
We-
I object to the sidebar comment by the witness.
Sustained.
Ask the jury to disregard that.
Yes, I'll instruct the jury to disregard that statement.
Would ask for mistrial.
Denied.
I know, it's an emotional.
Sorry, yeah, no, hey, get it.
You understand that this is an emotional subject matter, and we just need to take a question and answer.
Yep.
So,
Trust,
so you got the kids out of there,
I did.
and did you want the kids to get out of there just because, why?
Because obviously I knew if a police officer was there and my husband had been hurt that it needed my full attention, and at that age they needed my full attention too, and so I asked them to, I just told them they were going to get to have a sleepover.
And then the kids left
Correct.
with your neighbor, and then did the police officers, like you said, he asked you if you'd seen Chris's truck,
Correct.
and did he ask for some additional information about Chris's truck?
Yes, he asked for the license plate number,
Okay,
and I think the VIN or something.
the VIN number 2. And then did you call anybody or have somebody else come over to the house?
The neighbor who was across the street, I asked her when it was first going down, I said, can you come over and stay with me but keep everybody else out?
And did you call any relatives?
I did. Yes, I did.
You remember who you called?
Yes, I called my mother.
And then did other people start arriving at your house?
Yes.
Who came to your house?
There were a group of men who turned out to be pastors, but I didn't know at the time. They were in civilian clothes, button-downs and khakis, and they weren't from my church. And then...
Did one of Chris's coworkers from Kraft International come by?
Yes, I believe he did outside, Stephen Young, but I think that might have been after I found out.
And then did people start calling you on the phone?
Yes, so I was in the kitchen waiting for more information from Mark Tribely, the officer that was there, and my phone, I was starting to get texts from a number of people, Chris's teammates, different people, and I knew something was up, but...
Basically, people are hearing things on
Right.
social media.
Somewhere. I didn't know where, but somewhere, yeah.
And so, did somebody's mother call you?
Yes.
A guy that Chris served with?
Mark Lee, the guy I was telling you was killed in Ramadi when Chris was with him.
Okay.
His mother was calling.
Okay. We can't really go into what she said.
Okay.
But she called you.
Yes.
And had she been hearing things, rumors about what had happened?
As far as I knew, yeah, it was a rumor. She's the first one I actually answered because I didn't want to hear from anybody except the police.
Did you have to actually confront the police and make them tell you more information?
That part I probably did. Maybe I did. I didn't. I'm trying.
It's kind of a blur around that time.
Well, the only thing that's a blur is I know I ended up from my kitchen in my hallway talking to Mark Tribely, with my friend next to me. I just don't remember if I said enough, I'm going over there, or if he said, tell Taya to come down here. I don't remember which way it happened.
Well, were you eventually, though, told by somebody that Chris was dead?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Mark Tripley.
Police officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Did your kids come back home that night?
No, ma'am. They came back the next day. I don't know. Now, tell me if you want me to elaborate. But no, they came back the next morning.
And did you tell them that morning that your father was dead?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Starnes, it's a little after 12, about 5 after actually, so it's time for the noon recess. Remember the instructions that I've given you throughout this. They're more important now than ever, and they will continue to be so. Stay away from any risk, any appearance that there's any impropriety. Don't talk amongst yourselves about this matter. Lunch will be provided for you during this break. It'll be a 1-hour break. We will start back at 1:05. Drew may be excused at this time. You may return to that. Court is in recess until 1:05.
All rise.
You can be seated. The record will reflect we're back in recess from the lunch break. It's a little about 15 after, but State's Council's present table as well as defendant's counsel at council table, and the defendant, Ms. Kyle, is on the stand. You can bring the jury in. All right, you can be seated. All right, the record will reflect the jury's seated back in the jury box. Ms. Kyle is on the witness stand. Ms. Starnes, you may proceed.
Ms. Kyle, we left off when we were talking about February the 2nd, 2013. And was that the day that you learned that Chris had died?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it still that evening of February the 2nd when you got that bad news?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to visit with you with just a couple other subjects. One is gun safety. Did Chris know about gun safety?
Actually, he was adamant about gun safety to the point of the kids' Nerf guns or even a rubber gun that they trained with. It always had to go straight up, straight down, never across the body.
Okay. Did you ever shoot with him?
Yes.
And what was his attitude about gun safety?
I mean, it just, I feel like he would say, there's just no, gun safety is such a big deal. I mean, you get in a lot of trouble in the teams, the SEAL teams, if you made any mistakes whatsoever. And the more experienced you are, almost the more safety conscious you tend to be.
So was he pretty strict enforcer of rules about gun safety?
100%. I mean, I remember I had a rubber training gun one time that I just, I was like, oh, that's, and I was going to push it this way, and he was like, no, babe. I said, well, it's rubber. It doesn't even have any. And he said, it's just a habit. You just, don't ever take it across the body like this. So just.
And now, did he ever take your son or your daughter hunting?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And did he teach the kids about gun safety?
Yes. Like I said, even their Nerf guns, they're not allowed to, carry, like they wouldn't carry a, loaded weapon except if they're in the middle of a play.
So would Chris have ever pointed a weapon at anyone, even if it was unloaded? Would he have pointed a weapon at somebody in jest?
Absolutely not. The whole point of that is to be in such a habit of doing it that you don't ever just casually do it. It's just always your habit. So your habit is so safety conscious that you don't making a mistake. You just don't know any way, you don't do anything different.
And was he that way when he was out at some sort of shooting event or a shooting range? Was he an enforcer of gun safety?
Well, yes, absolutely. In fact, I remember distinctly somebody asking him to be out at their ranch, and some of the guys had been drinking, and they wanted him to go out and keep an eye on everybody. And first time he did it, and he came back and he said, never again. They're not, it's not, you can't keep an eye on everybody like that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you some items that have been marked for identification. As states, and just let me number them off and you take a look at it. States Exhibit 116, 117, 118, 119, and 120. Just tell me whether or not you can identify these items in these photographs. Just take a look at
So
it.
Yes or a no?
Yeah.
Okay.
no.
Okay. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay. And how is it that you're familiar with these items?
They all belong to my husband, Chris.
Okay. And what is this item that belongs to Chris?
An iPhone.
An iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that was number 116. Number
Judge,
one.
has the government entered into trying to introduce those into evidence? I object if she's asking a specific question about what that is.
Sustained.
Introduce these. We'll offer states 116 through 120.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 116, 117, 118, 119, and 120 are admitted.
I'll just show them
Okay.
this up here and you can tell me what they are. I think you had said 116. Now we've got this light off. Turn the light off. This one? No, not that light, this light. No. Okay. Okay. So that's Chris's iPhone.
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize the case?
Yes.
Kind of a khaki.
Yes.
States Exhibit 117.
It's Chris's wallet with a credit card or Visa in it.
You recognize this, it looks kind of like an American flag card here.
Yep, it's and the 4120. It's upside down, but that was the first 4 digits.
And what is that card?
It's a USAA Visa.
Okay. Now, did Chris dip Copenhagen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we don't know necessarily if this is his can of Copenhagen because one looks like another one, but he
Correct.
did dip Copenhagen.
Silver top, yes, ma'am.
And then 119, whose knife is this?
It's a knife that Zach Brown gave him the Southern grind.
Greg gave to Chris.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Chris.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And number 20, oh, I'm sorry, 120, Whose keys are these?
Those are Chris's house key, probably a gun closet key in the Ford truck, and then his Benchmade knife.
There's a knife as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And so all these items we know belong to Chris, except for the Copenhagen. Could have been somebody else's, but it's the kind that he dips.
Yes, ma'am.
May I have just a minute, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. St. John.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Kyle, my name is Warren St. John. I'm one of the attorneys who represents Eddie Routh. I just have a few questions for you. I'm not gonna take as long as the government did, if that's okay with you.
It's fine with me.
First of all, I know this is a tragic thing that you have had to deal with in your family, and I'm deeply sorry for you and your children that you've had to live with this pain and anguish, and just bear with me for a few short questions. I'm not gonna go back through everything she did. I don't think it's legally necessary. I do wanna focus on, you say, have you ever been deer hunting before
Yes, sir.
with your husband?
Yeah, I didn't shoot anything with him.
But you went with him?
Right, and I didn't even sit in the blind with him. We would go on a trip or something, but he would take the kids.
Did he ever have any protocol or any set of standards where if he was trying to help a veteran, or if he went deer hunting, would he make sure that the person he took with him was not intoxicated?
Would he have like a protocol?
Would it be safe for someone like your husband or someone to take someone deer hunting or to a gun range if they're intoxicated? Would that be a safe idea?
It has happened, and like I said, when he was put in that situation, he finished out the evening and said, "Never again will he be put in that situation."
What I'm asking is, he was put in that situation where people were drinking in the middle of the hunt?
No, I think they had done it beforehand, right beforehand, but once they were out, he realized they weren't as being as safety conscious as he was comfortable with, and he couldn't control everything.
I don't know your husband, but based on what you shared with us today, he seemed like a very responsible gun person based on his military training and his, when he was growing up as a child, deer hunting and stuff. Would your husband take someone to a gun range that the person appeared to be intoxicated? Would your husband do that?
You know, I just think that you have to tell me the level of intoxication. I mean, if they were falling over, of course not. If they just had a drink, that's not that uncommon for people to do that, especially at the ranches or events or charity deals that they do. But I guess it would make a difference if it was one or falling over. But I'm guessing as to what he would do.
And I'm not being critical.
No, it's okay.
I'm not being critical of your husband. I just know I'm a deer hunter, and I think folks in this room are deer hunters. Would it be sound judgment for someone who is very experienced in weapons, as your husband was, to pick up someone who had alcohol in their breath or who appeared to be intoxicated, to take them an hour and a half down the road to go to a gun range when you don't even know that person? Would that be in someone's best judgment to do that?
Well, like I said, when they deal with these veterans all the time in different environments, sitting around a campfire or the day of, it's not encouraged, but it's not, to my knowledge, if a guy has a beer at lunch, now Chris wouldn't, but I know on a lot of the corporate events, if somebody had a beer and then went out in the afternoon, you know, he used his judgment as to what to call out or what not to call out. But no, it's not unheard of to see somebody have a drink and then target shoot. Yeah, no, that's it.
We can't talk both at the same time.
Right. Right.
So Chris wouldn't, if he was, can I call him Chris?
Of course.
That'll be improper.
Yeah.
So Chris wouldn't have something to drink and go to a gun range or go deer hunting or something like that. Is that fair to say?
Not to a gun range, especially not in a work situation.
when, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now, your husband had that Ford F-350, which was kind of, had a lift kit on it.
Yes.
May I approach him, showing the witness exhibit 129 on it?
Okay.
If Mr. Kyle was going to the range and he put guns in the truck, where would he put the guns?
Typically, I would say the cab, and I think there's a locked box in the back, but I can't say that I looked in there for an awful long time. So, probably the bed and the cab. I don't know.
Did you see Mr. Kyle load the pickup truck up with guns on February the 2nd?
I did.
Where did he put the guns?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I saw him in the action of putting, but I don't know that I remember bed or cab.
Where did he keep the guns? Did he keep the guns away from your house, or did he keep the guns at your house when he wasn't going to a range or something like that?
I think they would be usually either at his work or we have a locked gun closet at the house.
So after were y'all at a soccer game?
Basketball.
Basketball?
Mhm.
After the basketball game, did he come to your house? You said you're in separate cars?
I believe we were, yes.
But,
No, we had to have been. Yes, we were.
Was Mr. Littlefield at the basketball game?
No, sir.
So he met at your house to go to the range with Chris?
Correct.
And I guess it would be fair to say the guns must have been at your house if he loaded them up from
Oh, right, yes. I thought you meant all of his guns. But that day, yes, at the
the
house.
ones he took to the range.
Yes.
And I think you already testified to this. He had never met Eddie Routh. Simply spoke to him on the phone, I think maybe once or twice. Is that right?
To my understanding, yes.
Had you ever seen Eddie Routh's mother at the Midlothian Elementary School where your children went,
Yes, sir.
in the parking lot?
Or inside as well.
She was a teacher's assistant, I believe.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what she did.
And you spoke to your husband, you believe he was talking to you from the gun range itself, and had some concern in his voice. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I don't know if it was at the range part or just Rough Creek, but I could tell they weren't driving.
And I think you testified did he seem somewhat agitated, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Just short, quiet. So something was up, but I don't know. I didn't know exactly what.
So he believed, that'd be your husband believed that he'd be gone for maybe 4.5 hours, something like that?
Correct. Yep, exactly.
Had Mr. Littlefield gone with your husband before to the help veterans on range and gun therapy and things like that?
Yes, he'd gone to some of the corporate shoots, and I think there were some veterans there. He didn't go out of state on any of the work that he did that way.
So, in all fairness to your husband, for all the accolades he got, for all the glory he received in terms of recognition, I would suggest, based on this role, he was a selfless person. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely.
And no one was going to applaud him that day for helping this veteran. No one was going to know about that. It's like someone in the desert talking about the gospel or something. No one's going to see it except for Chris Kyle and Mr. Littlefield to help a veteran. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. He specifically asked for no press sometimes when he was doing stuff with veterans, so they knew they weren't being used.
And that was his choice to legitimately try to help someone he believed needed help.
Based on the mother's request, I think, yes.
I mean, my point is,
Yeah.
he didn't have to do that.
Oh, no, right, correct.
He chose to do that because he was a selfless person.
Correct.
No one's going to see he's doing it. No one's going to applaud him.
Right.
He's doing that to help a veteran, Eddie Routh. Is that fair to say?
Well, from what his mom told him that's what he thought he was doing, yes.
And this base camp 40, you said that was where veterans would go to hunt and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's one of the things that they do for their organization, through their organization.
Did your husband ever text you in any way to indicate that the person he was with, he thought he was acting bizarre or anything like that?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Did he ever tell you that on the telephone or anything?
No, sir.
I'll pass it to Ms. Shonner.
Ms. Kyle, did Chris or his friends, you know, people that he regularly associated with, did they do illegal drugs?
Absolutely not.
And so would Chris, to your knowledge, have been familiar with what someone looked like who was under the influence of illegal drugs?
I highly doubt it. I mean, the Brotherhood and the teams, he'd get kicked out for that, and that's who he spent the majority of his life with. And then when he got out, and he's working with professionals in the business world, and I don't think they were doing that either, and none of our close friends do, that I know of anyway.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
And just a brief follow-up, and I don't really want to ask this question, but everybody has tough times, and your husband did, and I respect what he did for a living. You said when he came back, I don't care what label you put on something, his behavior was changed a little bit based on what he saw and things like that. And I believe you said he would consume alcohol to an extensive amount, is that right?
Well, I don't think I said an extensive amount. I just mean, you know, some guys come home from work, have one or two, maybe he'd have 3 or 4. So for him, that was more than typical, but.
But based on his personal experience and based on what you observed, he would know what someone looks like who had too much to drink.
You know, actually, no, I wouldn't say that to be true, because a lot of the guys that he worked with were pretty darn good at holding their alcohol, and so was he, so no.
Are you aware, and you don't have to say what it was, do you have knowledge of the text that your husband sent to Chad Littlefield as they drove in that black pickup truck?
I do.
That's all I had. Pass the witness.
I have no further questions for Ms. Kyle.
All right, you may step down and return to your seat.
State calls Judy Littlefield.
You'll just leave that there. Miss Littlefield? You have a seat in this gray chair, please, ma'am. Where's the black now? It was gray last week. We gotta move on. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I am Judy Littlefield. Chad was my son.
Can I ask you to pull that mic up just a little, or either scoot up closer to it or something? You're a little soft-spoken. Okay. How are you doing today, Ms. Littlefield? We're here.
Okay.
So Chad was your son.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad. Where is your family from? Where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley down in Harlingen, Texas.
Okay. And how did you end up kind of up in this neck of the woods?
Well, I was previously married, and my husband went to work for the Dallas Police Department, and so we transferred up here.
Okay. And do you have a son by that marriage?
Yes, I do.
And what's his name?
Jerry Richardson.
Okay. And then, did you divorce Jerry's dad?
Yes.
Okay. And then, but did you remain in the kind of Dallas area?
Yes, I did.
And currently, where do you live?
I live in DeSoto, Texas.
Okay. And DeSoto's south of Dallas, right? One of
Yes.
those little bedroom communities like Midlothian and
Yeah, it's all.
Cedar Hill, all that.
Yes, uh-huh.
And now, did you remarry then after Jerry's dad?
Yes, I did.
And who are you married to now?
Don Littlefield.
Okay. And is Chad your son by Don Littlefield?
Yes.
So Don's Chad's father. And tell us a little bit about Chad. Where was Chad born and where did he grow up?
Chad was born in Dallas at Medical Cities and grew up in Dallas. We lived in Carrollton and relocated to DeSoto when Chad was 4.
Okay.
And Chad grew up in DeSoto,
Okay.
graduated high school there.
Now, what was Chad's date of birth?
February the 11th, 1977.
And so today would have been his
Yes.
birthday. How old would Chad have been today?
38.
And so 2 years ago, he was 36. Now,
Well, I think on the,
wasn't his birthday quite yet. He was 35
Yeah,
technically.
right, and
Almost
then
36.
a few days later, well, he would have
You'll have to
turned.
excuse me. I'm doing good to do math here.
Me too.
What did Chad do for a living?
He was the logistics manager at Eagle Labs, which is a water treatment company. They do small towns, Cedar Creek, and that don't have a big purifying plant in that facility.
Okay. And so basically, what would he be doing out during the day with his job for Eagle Labs?
He would mix chemicals, receive chemicals, get all of the jobs secured with each driver, and make sure that everybody was, the clients were, their treatments were, chemicals were on the way, and he had to be, had to know what the laws of the state of Texas were to transfer those chemicals.
So, I mean, he wasn't in an office all day. Was he kind of out and about?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what area did he work in?
You mean at the plant?
No, as far as what town, what geographic area did he work in?
He worked in DeSoto.
Okay.
The company was there.
Now, where did he live?
He lived in Midlothian.
Okay. And was Chad married?
Yes, he was.
And what was his wife's name?
Leanne.
Okay. And did they have a child?
Yes, they did.
Who was their child?
Morgan.
And how old was Morgan? Well, how old is she now?
She's 9.
So 2 years ago, she would have been 7.
Mhm. She had just turned 7. Her birthday was January the 19th, and Chad was killed on the 2nd of February, so she had just turned 7.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Littlefield, I'm going to show you some photographs. You were here when we saw that one, Chris and Chad together, right?
Mhm.
Here we go. That's State 127. And that's your son, Chad Littlefield,
Yes, it is.
and with his friend, Chris Kyle.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you states 130, 131, and 132. And you recognize the people in these photographs.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do these photographs truly and accurately depict the people in these photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd offer states 130, 131, and 132, and I'll send it to counsel.
No objection 130 through, excuse me, I apologize. No objection 130 through 132, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 130, 131, and 132 are admitted.
Come up here. Now, the other picture we saw had him with a beard. So is this Chad?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you know what he's doing in this photograph?
I think he is either counting ammunition or unboxing it.
Would this have been some activity he would have gone to with Chris Kyle?
Yes.
And so I see he's got on the Punisher logo on his hat there. Is that probably something he got from Chris?
Probably.
I mean, he didn't, to make this clear, had Chad ever been in the military, Ms. Littlefield?
No.
So what kind of things would he go and do with Chris Kyle that involved this, you said it's counting ammunition here. What kind of things would they do together?
He would go out to the range. He would go and help Chad, Chris, when they were doing fundraisers or things like that. He would help install equipment, things like that. The fitness equipment and stuff like that.
The Fitco Cares equipment?
Mm-hmm.
Would he help Chris out with that kind of thing?
Uh-huh.
Let me look at these other photographs with you and then we'll talk about something. Who's this a photograph of?
That's Chad and my little granddaughter Morgan.
It's his daughter.
Yes.
Do you know about when this picture would have been taken? How old do you think Morgan is in that picture?
I'm thinking maybe she was about 6.
So maybe about a year or so before he died.
I'm thinking maybe even the Christmas before he died. Maybe the Christmas before, I'm not real sure.
So was he clean shaven for a while before he grew that beard that he had when he died?
Yeah, he was always well groomed.
Yeah. And in this picture, we see him with the beard. And this is a little dark here. This one may be a little blurry on this. It'd be all right. May I just pass this one to the jury?
You may.
Sir, proceed. Would you like the bailiff to do that?
You can just deliver it.
You had mentioned something about going with Chris and helping him install the exercise equipment for the Fitco Cares organization. What kind of other jobs had Chad held before he went to work for the water company?
He had worked for Adorno Mobility, which was a electric wheelchair company, and
Adorno
Adorno.
Mobility, okay. And what did that company do?
They did electric wheelchairs, walkers, scooters, things like that.
And so he had some experience setting up equipment and doing that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how did Chad and Chris meet, to your knowledge?
They met on the soccer fields. The girls played on the same soccer team, and they met out there. And then Chad liked to work out, and found out Chris liked to work out, and then they started working out together, meeting early in the morning, and they would work out and then shower and go to work.
Did Chad, did he get more involved in fitness and working out during that period of his life? The last, I don't know, tell me, what time frame? Had he always been into working out, or did he just get involved in that?
He was always, he played football in high school and was always as he said, buffed. But then he had put on a little weight and everything, and then found out that Chris liked to work out, so they that was an automatic workout partner. So
And did they live close enough where that was easy for him to go to Chris's house and work out?
yeah.
Now, and so how far away did Chad live to where you and Don, your husband, live?
It's about 17 miles.
Okay. But you said Chad was out and about during the day, and he might come by. Could he ever do that, come by y'all's house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so would you see him on a pretty regular basis?
Yeah, Chad was a good son. He was either calling us every day or coming to see us every other day just to check on us, make sure we were okay. And he was just a caring son.
And tell me a little bit about Chad. Is he the type of person that is he real chatty, real talkative, or not?
Chad never talked a whole lot. He's a fantastic listener. And I would ask him, we went to a family reunion one time, and he started telling me about family members, and I said, how did you know that? And he said, Mom, people think I'm shy, but I'm listening, and he gave whoever was around him every opportunity to be heard. He always felt like they had more important things to say than he had to offer.
I think you may have been in here and heard this. Did he get to know Chris and become friends with Chris before the book was published and any of that notoriety came with it?
Most definitely. They kind of joked they were best friends before the book.
And so had Chad ever gone with Chris to do activities with the veterans before February 2013?
Chad was not military, but he had a passion for veterans. And on one occasion they had gone to Aransas Pass, and Chris found out there was a vet in San Antonio, double amputee, and they left there. Aransas Pass sent the girls on to Fiesta, Texas or something, and Chris and Chad went and got the book and spent the afternoon with this person in San Antonio.
Okay. Now, did Chad also know how to shoot a gun?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that he grew up with, hunting or using guns?
He hunted, but he had his CHL license, and had to learn how to shoot with that.
And you say CHL, you're talking about a concealed handgun license.
Yeah.
Okay. And had he had that a long time, or did he just get that recently?
He had it, I guess, a couple of years.
So had he gone out with Chris? We saw this picture where he's counting ammunition. Had he gone with Chris to do some sort of shooting activity before?
I'm not real sure. I'm sure he had, and they would go on these different shoots. But I don't know exactly where and when and what they did.
Okay. Now, did you know what Chad's plans were on February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, I did.
You had mentioned that you spoke with him on a regular basis.
Yes.
Okay. So did you know where he was going that day?
Yes, I did.
And did you know who he was going with?
Yes.
And who was he going with?
With Chris.
Okay. And did you know that they would be going with a veteran?
Yes.
Did you know the guy's name at that time?
No, I did not.
And did you know that he was going out to Rough Creek Lodge, or?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that. Prior to February the 2nd, 2013, when was the last time that you saw Chad?
The day before.
Okay. And where did you see him?
He had come by for lunch, and
Had he done that before, just drop you out by for lunch?
yeah, he would call and see what I'd cooked, and if he didn't like it, well, He'd pick up something and come over and lunch with me.
You cook for lunch?
Well, on occasion.
And so was this something that he would, I mean, how often do you think he'd come by and have lunch with you and his dad?
Well, it just depends. If he had not talked to us on the phone, he would come by. And, you know, he was always either calling or coming by. And he never let more than 2 days go by that he hadn't seen us, so.
Okay. And so on that Friday, February the 1st, you saw him? You said he came by your all's house for lunch? Okay. And,
I'm sorry, Judge, I did see your answer.
Yes, he did come by.
okay. And how much time do you think you spent with him that day?
Probably close to about 3 hours. Usually he was just there for an hour, but that day, at least 2.5 anyway. So,
Did y'all have a good talk there?
yes, we did. And it was, Chad is a man of faith, was a man of faith. And for that day, he just talked about where he was spiritually and how he wanted his little girl raised. And he said, I got to go brush up on my Bible stories because my little girl knows more than I do. And
Just had a good talk.
yeah, just wasn't unusual that we didn't mention God in our home, but that day seemed like that was monopolized the conversation.
So it wasn't just your usual superficial lunch conversation?
Right, right.
And then at the end of the lunch and the conversation, about what time was it when Chad left?
I'm thinking about 2:30, 2:33, something like that.
And then what happened?
Well, he left and he walked down the sidewalk. He kissed me and he kissed his dad and hugged us. Walked down the sidewalk and turned around and looked and came back up and kissed us again and then left for the day.
Was that unusual for y'all's family to?
It was unusual that he came back for a second hug. He always kissed me goodbye and, patted Dad on the back. But that day it was, he came back for some reason and told us goodbye.
I'm going to talk to you about February the 2nd, the next day. You said, did you talk to Chad that day on February the 2nd?
We text.
Okay. So you texted with him,
Yes.
but didn't see him that day.
No.
Okay. What time was it, or when was it that you first became aware that something was wrong?
Not until about 9:30 that night, on Saturday night.
And how were you made aware that something was wrong?
Taya called and said there had been an accident and we needed to come to her house. And
Now, what were you and your husband Don doing about that time of night?
we had already prepared to go to bed. We're very active in our church, and so we go to bed early on Saturday night to get up and do what we need to do on Sunday.
You already taken off your makeup and
That's
all that
right.
stuff? And so did y'all have to leave your house and then go over to Taya's house?
Yes, we did.
And again, does she live close to where Chad lived?
Yes, they live about 2 miles from each other, but it was a drive for us on dark, winding roads, that back there they just curve and curve, so.
It seemed like it took forever?
Yeah, and especially we didn't know if there'd been a car accident or what,
So you didn't know the nature of the accident?
No.
Okay.
I just knew where Chad had been that day, but I didn't know what had happened later.
Now, at some point while you're over at Taya's house, were there a lot of people when you got there to her house, or?
A lot of law enforcement when we went through, and I don't think they knew. Well, we had to tell them who we were, and they ushered us on in the house.
Now, was there somebody else, family member there?
Yes, Leanne was there,
Chad's wife?
yes, and her parents
Okay,
were there, and associate, I think, that she worked with.
okay. And then now, at some point during that evening, did y'all learn that Chris was dead?
Yes, yes, when I arrived there, Leanne met me, and she said, Chris is gone. We don't know about Chad yet. And that was difficult. I almost fell to the floor then. So.
How long did you have to wait until you found out what had happened to Chad?
Probably 10:30 or 11. So.
And so did y'all eventually receive word that Chad had been killed too?
A law enforcement officer came out and finally confirmed Chad. His wallet and stuff was in Chris's truck, and so they were having a problem identifying, I guess. But it was way into the night when we finally learned.
And was your husband on there with you?
Yes,
And so the problem had been identifying who Chad was,
yes,
because he had no ID on him.
no.
This may sound like kind of an odd question. You'd mentioned something earlier about Chad was a very clean person. Was he, tell me about that, what you mean by that. Was he, Your Honor, Your Honor, there is relevance to it, but it'll make a lot of sense later.
Overruled.
Does that mean I can answer?
Yes, it does.
He was just a good-looking, well-groomed kid. Chad always liked the best of everything, and he always had the best of colognes that he wore. And I mean, he didn't go to the drugstore. I mean, he had to have Armani's and Chanel's and all of that. So.
You say he was pretty fastidious about his hygiene and how
Oh,
he
yeah.
smelled.
Yeah, he was
So-
a neat freak.
Okay. So even if he's going out on the weekend to do something with the guys, would he have smelled good?
Yes.
Okay.
He was the type of kid that if he were going to the beach, he would go and bathe and wash his hair and everything, and then go down to the beach and swim, you know.
Okay. And again, this will maybe make sense later, but that's the way Chad was. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Littlefield. I'll pass the witness.
You may proceed.
Can we turn the lights back on there?
Yes, please.
Ms. Littlefield, my name is Warren St. John. I'm one of the attorneys for Eddie Routh. I just have a few questions for you. First of all, I want to tell you that we're sorry for your loss and your husband's loss and his wife and your granddaughter. It's a very sad circumstance. So I have a few questions for you, if you could bear with me. Did Chad grow up in North Texas?
Yes.
Did y'all live in Carrollton for a little while?
Until he was 4, and then we relocated to DeSoto,
Where did he go to high school?
DeSoto High School.
And I know this is especially tough for you today. Would have been his birthday, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I would suggest you're courageous to get up there, and I respect that. You know, and I'll share with you, only because of his notoriety. First of all, your son's life was no less important than Mr. Kyle's life. Only because of his notoriety has Mr. Kyle gotten more attention in his death, but your son was just as important as Mr. Kyle was. I want to suggest that to you. Is that fair to say?
I agree.
And your son grew up in a Christian church?
Yes, sir.
Are you a Southern Baptist?
Yes, sir.
Well, so am I. I thought I'd recognize one when I saw one. So. Your son was in the military, but he was an avid gun person. Is that fair to say? Is that, you have to speak out loud.
Yes,
'Cause they-
yes.
You have to take in what you say. Did he go deer hunting? Did he use rifles at all, or
Yes, he did. His hobbies were deer hunting and fishing.
And he worked for what, I guess it was a private company on water treatment?
Yes,
That wasn't a municipal company, was it?
I'm sorry.
It wasn't a municipality, it wasn't a.
No, no.
They assisted small communities in water treatment?
Yes, sir. Like Cedar Creek, Little Elm, small little towns that didn't have a treatment plant there.
But he was an outdoorsman, he hunted deer and knew how to use a weapon proficiently.
Yes, sir.
And did he ever go hunting as a younger person with, say, his father? Deer hunting, or was his dad a deer hunter?
His dad was, but I don't think they ever went together because of his dad was a coach, and that's 24/7, you know. And Don would usually be doing football or something when hunting season rolled around, and we would be in the playoffs. So.
Where did your husband coach football?
At W.T. White in North Dallas.
I guess the point of my question is, did you ever see your son consume alcohol and then go hunting in any way, deer hunting, or go to a range to go shooting or anything after he consumed alcohol?
No, sir.
And would it be fair to say your son was a pretty conservative person?
Yes, sir.
Well-groomed. He's like me, I love cologne. I mean, I don't leave my house without putting cologne on. Saw my dad do that every day of my life, and that's what I did. I can relate to that. Let me ask you this, do you believe, based on knowing your son and his judgment, that he would put himself in a bad spot if he took someone to a range who was intoxicated?
Okay, your question was?
Would your son put himself in a bad predicament by taking someone to a gun range who was intoxicated? He wouldn't do that, would he?
I don't think so, because usually if there were any drinking going on at a party or whatever, Chad was usually the designated driver or the designated person that watched out for things. They were at a party one time, and a 4th of July party, and they weren't watching the kids. Chad was, and this kid almost drowned, and Chad jumped in and brought him out. So Chad was always watching. You know, he didn't talk much, but he was always watching to make sure everything was safe.
He was aware of his surroundings and conscious of what was going on.
Exactly.
He was an observer.
Exactly.
Paid attention to his environment.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to say what it is, but do you have knowledge of a text between Mr. Kyle and your son while they drove to Rough Creek Lodge in Mr. Kyle's black Ford pickup truck? Are you aware of what the text contained?
Yes, sir.
And your son had a concealed handgun license?
Yes, sir.
And that's a license from Texas DPS to allow someone to carry a firearm in certain areas. Some areas are prohibited, but otherwise a person with a concealed handgun license has shooting proficiencies and expertise and the use of handguns. And really, a concealed handgun is either a revolver or a semi-automatic handgun. And so your son would have to have expertise in the use of specific pistols. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, I'm assuming your son was a good father to his daughter?
Very much so.
Responsible, loving?
That was what, in fact, he told me that day. He said, "Mom, it quit being about me the day that little girl was born, so it's all about her now."
So I would suggest, though he went in the military, he was also a selfless person like Mr. Kyle was, to take a veteran to a range that he didn't know to try to help that veteran overcome some, whatever that issue might be, whatever level you want to put on it, he was selfless in his attitude towards others he didn't know.
Yes, sir.
And I hate to say this one more time, but is the last time you spoke to your son was on that February the 1st of 2013 when he kissed you goodbye.
That's the last time I spoke to him.
There was a text message.
Yes, sir, the next day.
What did you text to him?
That some division orders had come in, and we had received those on some oil royalties that we were
So
looking
it wasn't just a personal
for. Yes.
text. And you learned on February the 2nd through, first of all, Mrs. Kyle called and said there'd been an accident. You went to her home. And you have to speak out loud.
Yes, yes, sir.
And then you learned, unfortunately, that your son lost his life on February the 2nd of 2013. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, bless you, ma'am. No further questions.
Ms. Littlefield, I just have a couple other questions. You had said Chad was a conservative person. Did he use illegal drugs?
No, not at all.
And did the people that he hung out with do illegal drugs?
No.
So do you know if Chad would have had any experience knowing what the signs are of somebody that's intoxicated on some illegal drugs? Like, say, PCP or embalming fluid or marijuana laced with something?
Not to my knowledge. That was something that we didn't deal with. If he had any knowledge of it, it was probably what he had heard, I guess.
As far as you know, he didn't have personal knowledge with people who use drugs?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may return to your seat. Mr. Nash, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Frank Alvarez.
Mr. Alvarez, if you'll come around here and have a seat in this black chair, please, sir. The microphone's voice activated, so you'll kind of have to scoot up to it.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Alvarez. Just so the jury and for the knows your name and the record has it clear, what is your full name?
Frank Donovan Alvarez.
And Mr. Alvarez, where do you live?
I live in Granbury.
And how long have you lived in Granbury?
17 years.
Okay, and Mr. Alvarez, how are you currently employed?
I'm the resident manager at Rough Creek Lodge.
Okay. How long have you had that job description with Rough Creek Lodge?
A little over 17 years as well.
Okay, and is that the only title you've had with that company?
Yes.
Now, Rough Creek Lodge, it's been discussed some already here in these proceedings, but I'd like to get into some of the background of Rough Creek Lodge. How long has Rough Creek Lodge been in existence?
Well, we opened in January of 1998.
And so have you been with the company that entire time?
Yes, I got there a few months before we opened.
Okay, so you're from the ground floor, you've been involved.
Yes.
And where is Rough Creek Lodge located?
We're off Highway 67, about 15 miles outside of Glen Rose and about 25 miles from Stephenville, just off of 67 and County Road 2013.
Okay, and how much property is encompassed by Rough Creek Lodge?
A little over 11,000 acres, like 11,120 or so.
Okay, and so does it span across multiple counties?
Yes.
What counties does it entail?
Erath, Somerville, and a little bit of Bosque.
Okay, so part of the lodge is in each of those three counties?
Yeah, part of our land.
Okay, so you pay taxes in 3 different counties?
Yes, we do.
And you deal with law enforcement from multiple counties then?
We do.
Could you describe for the jury what types of activities are available out at the Rough Creek Lodge?
Well, we do everything. We have a world-class restaurant, spa. We do hunting, fishing, horseback riding, archery, shooting sports, clays, probably forgetting some things, zip line, climbing wall, lots of different activities for the family.
Is your microphone
I'm
close
sorry.
enough to your mouth, or could you speak up just a little bit?
Sure.
You're a soft-spoken gentleman.
Okay, sorry.
At Rough Creek Lodge, is it a sort of a resort slash hunting lodge?
Correct.
And is it geared toward families?
Yeah, we do families and conferences, our two biggest sources of business.
And it's kind of a high-end place,
Yes, sir.
right? And it caters to those who want to stay for multiple days and do a variety of activities. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during your affiliation with Rough Creek Lodge over the last 17 years, has it expanded the offerings that it has as far as activities for individuals and families?
Oh, absolutely, quite a bit.
So starting with the lodge where people sleep and eat in the fancy restaurant, you've developed over time activities for folks to engage in while they're out there.
That's correct, yeah.
Now, over time, did y'all develop more into a full-service shooting sports operation as well?
Yes, sir.
What type of shooting sports operations do you offer for your guests?
We have wobble trap, sporting clays, 5-stand. We have a pistol range. We have a shorter an action target range, and then we have our long range, 1,000-yard shooting range.
Okay, so everything from shooting shotguns at skeet to long range shooting at targets.
Correct.
And through your work with Rough Creek Lodge, did you become acquainted with the gentleman Chris Kyle?
Yes, sir.
When did you first come to meet Chris Kyle?
In May of 2010.
And how is it that you came to meet him?
They were doing a shooting training class with one of our groups out there.
And when you say they, you assume you're referencing Chris Kyle and some others. Who else were you referring to?
People within his company, Kraft, Stephen Young, Chris Kyle, trying to think who else was there in May. Those are the main two in that initially.
And were you already familiar with Mr. Young and some of the operators of Kraft?
Not before then. I really was not.
Okay, so you met them all at that time,
correct.
in May of 2010.
Yes.
And when you met him, did you know about his military history at that time?
I did not. I did not.
It was before the book came out, wasn't
Correct.
it? You just knew he was affiliated with Kraft?
Yeah, I knew he was affiliated with Kraft, and then Stephen Young told me a little bit about him subsequently to that.
Okay, and at that time, did y'all have a fixed, established shooting sports range for pistol shooting and long-range target shooting?
We did. We had a much shorter one in a different location.
Okay, and arising out of you and Rough Creek's coming to know Chris Kyle, did y'all work with him and his company to develop a more permanent solution?
Correct. Yes.
And what kind of involvement did Chris Kyle have in helping to build and design the shooting sports range that is there now?
Well, he scouted the location. We looked at different locations, and he scouted this one out. They brought in all the targets, placed them out in the fields, kind of helped us design how we were going to do the platforms and where those were going to be, and really just set the whole thing up.
So he helped decide the design of the layout and the structures and such.
Correct.
And did Rough Creek find that beneficial to have his experience?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, as a result of this collaboration in developing this shooting range, did you develop a level of friendship with Mr. Kyle?
Yeah. Chris came fairly close with Chris when he came out there. He's a great guy.
And so did he come out to Rough Creek from time to time to utilize the range?
Yes, he did.
And what kind of activities did he conduct out there?
Well, if it wasn't with a group, when he came out individually, he typically brought a veteran out or somebody out that he was shooting with.
And did that happen frequently?
From time to time. I wouldn't say frequently, but certainly from time to time.
And did he have special access to that range when he had a veteran he wanted to take out there?
Yes. Yes, he would use it exclusively.
Okay. And until the date of his death, had you ever known there to be any sort of incident or problem out there at the range with his groups or his individuals?
Pardon, that's not relevant, Judge, I object.
Overruled.
I'll repeat the question. During those times that he would bring folks out there, did you ever know there to be any sort of harmful incident or injuries incurred?
No, none at all.
And so sometimes he would bring groups of people. Were these organized training events?
Yes, they were organized through his company of craft.
Okay. And then other times it was just individual veterans.
Correct.
Were there times when he brought his friend Chad Littlefield out to the range?
Yes. I only met Chad a couple of times, but yes.
So you came to know him through Chris?
Yeah, not as well, but yes, I've met Chad a few times.
Okay. Now I do want to talk about, we've talked a little bit about the history of the Rough Creek Lodge, just so we get some perspective as to what it is. For those of us who haven't spent a lot of time up there, may I approach your eye?
You may.
I want to show you several photographs. I know you've looked at these before. I think we have exhibits 1 through 7, and then 9 through 29.
Okay.
And I'll also show you exhibit number 8, which has already been admitted.
Okay.
Picture of the entrance to Rough Creek Lodge.
Yes, sir.
Now, State's Exhibit 8, we'll address that first. Is this Rough Creek Lodge?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
It's
now
just
look-
across the lake.
Okay, now looking at the exhibits 1 through 7 and 9 through 29, if you thumb through those,
Yes, sir. Yeah, these are all out at the lodge.
okay. Now, are those photographs, are they accurate depictions of Rough Creek Lodge?
Yes, they are.
And of course, it's not all up 10,000 plus acres, but
No.
just a slice of it, is that right?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibits 1 through 7, 9 through 29. Your Honor, we have no objection to State's Exhibit 1 through 29.
All right, State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are admitted. 8 has been previously omitted. I will now also admit 9 through 29 inclusive.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I utilize the element to publish these and ask questions?
You may.
All right, Mr. Alvarez, I just want, these are sort of in sequential order as you enter Rough Creek Lodge. I'm gonna present these, and they're right there on the screen in front of you,
Okay.
or beside you, or right here, your choice.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna show State's Exhibit number 1, which is a photograph, what are we seeing here in this photograph, Exhibit 1?
You're coming, you would have come from 67, you're going down County Road 2013 to the turn into the lodge.
And here in State's Exhibit 2,
You're a little further down County Road 2013, coming towards the lodge.
State's Exhibit 3,
A little further still, you've made the turn into the lodge's main road.
so what we've seen so far, and we'll see in Exhibit number 4, we're looking at the main entrance of the lodge.
Correct.
So if you're a member of the public coming out, that's what you would see as you enter the lodge.
That's correct.
And we got happy with the camera. This is a close-up view of the entrance gate and some of the land of the lodge.
Yes, sir.
Everything on the other side of that gate, does that belong to the lodge?
Yes, sir, that's all Rough Creek.
Okay, and we'll just go through a few of these that don't necessarily, is this just scenery from the road going into the lodge?
Right, yeah, that's the 2.5 mile road that enters into the lodge, and that's part of that road.
Just for the record, Judge, what is that exhibit number?
6. 7. Now, State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted, or was previously admitted, what are we looking at depicted in this photograph?
You just came across a low water crossing, and to the right is Mallard Lake, and then kind of directly behind the rock is the lodge itself.
So up here, we're seeing glimpses of the lodge itself.
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 9, what is that we're looking at?
That is the kids' ranch.
Okay, and what all is part of the kids' ranch?
There's bicycles there to the left for guests to use. Inside, there's foosball tables, ping pong table. We do kids' parties there at night so the parents can have dinner in the restaurant and the kids can be entertained in the evening.
Okay, and how can you tell that's the kids' lodge? Is there a sign on there that says something about children?
Yes, sir. Well, right above the door it says Kids Ranch.
Okay. So if you were to pass by that, you would see that,
Yes, sir.
that was a kids' ranch. In Exhibit 10, what is depicted here?
That is the main lodge. You're kind of looking across the entry road there to the main lodge.
Okay, so and as we look at Exhibit 11, are we then approaching into the parking lot of the lodge?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit 12, is this a view opposite of where we were looking by the lodge?
Yes, sir. You're looking back out towards, that's a driving range there just directly ahead of you.
So if we were, just to make sure we're clear what we're looking at, if we're going back to 11, if we were pulling up, that would be to our right.
That one you're pulling up, that's a little bit to your left, and then the second one is to your right.
Okay, so this windmill is part of the scenery as well. Now, what is this structure over here to the left over here of the windmill?
That's a driving range.
For golf?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Exhibit 13?
That now you're kind of looking back behind where you were. That on the left is archery. The middle one is tomahawk throwing. Yes, that's archery. Tomahawk throwing. Oh, well, more to the right. And then the building to the far right is paintball.
Paintball.
Uh-huh.
So archery, tomahawk throwing,
Yes, sir.
like overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Is that for the kids?
That's kids and adults. Everybody likes to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then this is
Paintball.
paintball.
Mhm.
Now, do we have to go all through this? We're jumping ahead a little bit, but do we pass all of this to get to the shooting sports range?
Yes, you do.
Now, we're looking at number 14. What are we seeing here?
That's our main entrance. You'd pull into that carriageway to unload your luggage out of your car and check in.
So this is where you'd go to if you were going to go notify somebody you were there.
Yes, sir.
And number 15, is that just a closer up view of it?
Yes.
And number 16?
Well, that is Deer Run Guest House. That's a 3-bedroom house that we lease out to guests. You're on the road. The lodge is, if you're looking at that picture, the lodge is to your left, and behind you, you're on the road heading towards the rifle range, long range.
Okay, okay. Now, I'll show two in sequence here. We have one angle view of the same building in 17, and then in 18. What is this structure?
That particular one, where the white vehicle is, that's our processing room. We clean birds after a bird hunt. To the left is just a truck shed. We put trucks there at night. The prior one was the admin office.
Okay. And this number 19, is that another view of it?
Yes.
Now, are all these things we're passing again on the way to the rifle range?
That's correct.
So you go through the entrance, which we depicted way back here, up to Exhibit 8.
Right.
And you follow this road, and you're passing all of these things as you go.
Right. You would come in first to the main lodge area, the carriage entrance, past those buildings, Kid Ranch, then the Tomahawks, and on out towards the range.
Okay. Now this road, here we have this pile of dirt and plants. This is looking right here. Does this road wind around?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, it does.
And at this point, are we getting pretty close to the shooting sports range?
You're getting quite close.
Now let's look at Exhibit 20.
Okay.
What is this?
That is the entrance to the shooting range.
And then we have a close-up of the sign. See if we can read it. It says shooting complex. It's Exhibit 21.
Correct.
So this is if we're looking down the entrance, we're going into the shooting range. Is the shooting range very far down that road?
200 yards.
Now in Exhibit 22, is this the shooting range?
Yes, that is the shooting range itself.
Now is it just around the corner, backing up to Exhibit 20, is what we looked at in Exhibit 22, is that just around the bend here on this road?
Yes, just you see kind of the van there on your left. You just go around that bend and it's right there.
And this entrance, is that from a significant county road?
County Road 199.
Now just, you know, and we don't have the photograph of it, but right, if you were to stand and looking this way and make a 180 and look the other way, is there any sort of structure behind in that area that has dog kennels?
Yeah, you would see the dog kennels, and you can also see the lodge from there.
Okay, so you can see the lodge and everything from this location?
Yes, sir.
So it's not secluded?
No, sir.
Now, the dog kennels, let's talk about the dog kennels. Are we talking about just a small container or dog house for a few dogs, or what are we talking about?
No, we typically have around 60 dogs. It's a pretty large structure.
Okay. And it's just right there across that county road?
Yes, sir.
What other structures are there around the dog kennels?
There are 2 guide houses, two homes that some of our staff live in, are in that area, and that's really the only other thing right there.
Now, if you were standing in this location, and I know you've been working out there 17 years, if you were standing right in this location, would you be able to hear from time to time dogs barking?
Yes, very easily.
Okay. What about if you were looking at State's Exhibit 22 again? What if you were in this parking lot for the shooting sports range?
You hear the dogs?
You still hear the dogs?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's look at, this is the back side of the shooting sports range, is that right?
Right.
So if it was in use and people were using their guns for sport activities, would they be shooting in the opposite direction?
Right, they'd be shooting towards that hill.
Now let's look at Exhibit 23. What are we looking at here?
It's just a safety sign that we put up, for folks to handle their guns safely, giving them the rules that we have.
So, and was this in place there on February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, sir.
So it has some basic firearm safety rules?
Yes, sir.
What was the last one?
Oh, Lord.
Let me, I'll
Oh.
bring you the actual exhibit.
I'm gonna say my eyes aren't that good. Avoid alcohol and other drugs before or during hunting and shooting. Last one, yep.
And Mr. Alvarez, I'll go ahead and ask you a couple of questions related to the location of the lodge. You had testified earlier that the entire 10,000 plus acres of lodge spans 3 counties.
Yes, sir.
The lodge itself that we saw depicted over here in State's Exhibit 14, what county is that in?
ERATH.
So we've already crossed into ERATH by the time you get there.
Yes, sir.
The entrance that we saw in Exhibit 8 and prior, what county was that in?
Somerville.
So at some point going to the main lodge, we cross over into Erath County.
Yes, sir.
Now, the shooting sports range that we see depicted here, what county is it in?
ERATH.
So once you cross the lodge and go to the shooting range, you remain in Erath County that entire time?
Yes, sir.
And the deck, all of that is in Erath County?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll show you, looking at Exhibit 24. What are we looking at here?
You're looking out off of the shooting deck towards the shooting range, towards the targets.
Okay, so if we were standing in front on the other side of this deck here depicted in Exhibit 22, then we would be seeing what is shown in Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir.
So we see, I guess we have targets out here in the distance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then looking at State's Exhibit 25, we have more targets, is that right?
Right, just a little closer view of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, you know, those of us who like to play in the shooting sports, we're always taught to clean up our brass. Do your guests, looking at Exhibit 26, do your guests always, are they always careful about police and the brass?
Not always, as you can see.
A lot of money laying there.
Yeah, we do clean it up.
Looking at State's Exhibit 27, is this a view off to the right of the shooting range deck?
Yes.
Now, we talked a bit about the location. We have a photograph here. This is actually backing up the road. State's Exhibits 28 and 29.
Right.
What is this building?
It's a rock barn. It's a storage area.
What's the significance of this rock barn?
There's a, you kind of see a road there running next to it. That's the county line between Somerville County and Erath County. Is right there at that building.
Now, is this building between the entrance to Rough Creek Lodge and the actual hotel and restaurant that we see depicted in States 14?
Yes.
So that's the county line.
Yes.
So if you're coming into the lodge, once you pass that building, you know you're in Erath County.
You're in Erath County.
and the shooting sports range is beyond that building.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing here, exhibit 29, does that show that county road you're talking about?
Yeah, well, that's actually the main road, but yeah, that phone pole would be right at that county line.
And there's the lodge.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Alvarez, were you working at Rough Creek Lodge on February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, I was.
What job duties were you carrying out on that day?
Well, I'm the resident manager, so I'm kind of just in charge of operations. I was doing my normal, just working in the office and taking care of the hotel guests.
And that was a Saturday, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you have contact with Chris Kyle on that day?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I got a phone call from the front desk that said that Chris was there and he wanted to use the range, and I went out to meet him.
Okay. So he had arrived in the range. Is that, may I approach?
Me.
When he arrived at the range, where was he? Was he in the, kind of the lodge part that you're talking about here in States Exhibit 15?
Well, his truck was in that. He was down in the lodge itself.
Okay. So his truck was parked out here?
Yes, sir.
We have States Exhibits 14 and 15, so this is where he would have parked his truck.
Right, he was underneath that overhang.
And there's some way you walk down through here and end up in the lodge.
Yes, sir.
So when you greeted him that day, he was already in there?
Yeah, he was already inside the lodge.
Who was with him?
No, there was nobody inside with him.
Okay. And did you have a visit with him about his intentions for that day?
Yeah, he said that he let me know that Chad was in the truck and that they had a vet with him and he needed to work with them. So I checked over with our Beretta room, which is our gun room where all the activities go out of, to make sure it wasn't in use and to let them know that Chris would be over there.
Okay.
So once I cleared it and knew that nobody was using it, I told him to go ahead and go over there and just be sure to raise the Bravo flag.
Okay. And did you have occasion to visit with Chad that day?
I did not.
So your knowledge of him being in the truck was based on what Chris had told you?
Correct.
Did you go out and see Chad's or Chris's truck?
No, no,
Did he tell you the name of the veteran that he had with him?
he did not.
Did you have any more communication with him after that point?
I didn't.
About what time of day was it? And I'm sure you weren't just staring at your clock, but about what time of day was it?
It was about
that-
3:15.
Okay.
Chris said he was only going to be out there for about 45 minutes.
And so you gave him the all clear to go out and use the range?
Yes, sir.
And you went on about your day?
Yes, sir.
When did you first get information that something had happened out at the range?
About 5 o'clock, I got a radio call that said I needed to get over to the shooting range, that something had happened.
Who did that call come from?
From someone in our Beretta room. I believe it was the young lady that was dispatching over there.
And what is the Beretta room?
That's our gun room. Activities all go out from the Beretta room. That happens to be the name of it. But it's an activity room.
Okay. So some information had come into the dispatcher of the lodge that something was awry.
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to that?
Yes, I did.
How did you respond to it?
Well, I got the keys to one of our vehicles and I headed over there. Some of our staff was already there, but I headed over to the shooting range.
And who all was there?
Justin, Nathan, and David.
Now, when you say Justin, just can we be specific? What's Justin's last name?
Neighbors.
Justin Neighbors, and then you said David?
David Pritchett.
And who else?
Nathan Lowry.
Okay. And are they employees of Rough Creek Lodge?
They were at the time.
And had they heard the same call go out that you had?
Yes. Yes, they had scrambled before I did.
Did you ascertain from when you got there who had been first on the scene?
To my knowledge, I believe it was Justin.
When you got to the shooting sports range, what did, besides the 3 individuals who, from Rough Creek Lodge who were there, what did you discover?
Well, I saw Chris and Chad, down, bleeding, so, and the guys were working on him, trying to see if they could help him.
How did you know it was Chris and Chad?
Well, I certainly recognized them both, from prior meetings.
And they were hurt?
Yes, sir.
What efforts, when you say they're working on them, trying to save them, who was doing what to try to save these men?
Well, all 3 of the guys, they were doing chest compressions. David had the defibrillator, and he was working on Chris, trying to shock him. And they just kept rotating, doing the compressions and trying to resuscitate him.
Was a call made out to public safety officials to come help as well?
Yes, that was made actually before they called me. That was made from the Beretta room.
I could ask you to describe what you saw, but we have photographs. Maybe you had a chance to review some photographs that we have prepared.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I would advise the court that we're about to get into some material that may be uncomfortable for some in the gallery. May we take a moment?
Yes, let's do this. It's 2:45. I'm gonna take a short recess for about 15 minutes. I'm gonna let the jury take a recess at this time. This may be the last one, if we can try to do it. And I might try to work all the way up to 6. So make good use of this recess if you can. But be advised, I'm not talking to the jurors at this point, but members of the audience. Once we come back in, we'll start these measures, and I'm not trying to scare you or anything else, but I don't want any reactions or anybody having to leave the room. So if you're worried about it, stay out for this next period of the proceeding. Let the jury be excused at this time. All right, court is in recess for 15 minutes or until 3 o'clock.
All rise.
You can be seated. All right, the record will reflect State's counsel's present counsel table as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Jury still outside the room. Mr. Frank Alvarez is now back on the stand, and we are ready to proceed with the afternoon proceedings. You may bring the jury in at this time. I should be seated in the courtroom. Mr. Nash, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Frank, I do want to address just a few exhibits to clarify the topography and layout of the Routh Creek Lodge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201.
Yes, sir.
And it's a map, so we won't describe what's on it yet, but is it an accurate depiction of the location of Routh Creek Lodge in relation to major highways and county roads and such?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit 201. We don't have any objection to 201, Your Honor.
All right, State's 201 is admitted.
Now I'll show you what's been marked as State's 204. You looked at this before.
Yes, sir.
Is this an accurate depiction of part of the path, or actually part of the layout of Rough Creek Lodge.
Yes, it is.
I'd offer State's Exhibit 204.
No objection, 204.
204 is admitted as well.
And looking at State's Exhibit 203, this is another topography map showing the relationship of Rough Creek, the path to Rough Creek Lodge in relation to other roads. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Offer State's Exhibit 203.
Your Honor, for the record, these have been referred to as topography maps. Are these aerial views taken from like Google Earth or?
That's correct. That's correct.
No objection.
All right,
Now,
State's Exhibit 203 is admitted.
that's a fair point Mr. Isham made here. These are aerial views that kind of depict the topography of the property.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now that they're admitted, let's talk in more detail about them. First of all, let's look at State's Exhibit 201. Now, this is a map, Google map. Everybody's familiar with Google Maps. And we got this red dot down here is labeled Rough Creek Lodge, right?
Right.
And then over here we got Highway 67. Right?
Correct.
And so where would Stephenville be from if you went off this map?
Near the bottom left there where it says you have 67 and 220. If you continue on 67, that'll take you to Stephenville.
So we're off here to the west.
Yes.
So that's where Rough Creek Lodge is
Yes, sir.
on the map. And then we have these aerial views. Let's start with State's Exhibit 204. Now, there are three things marked on this aerial map, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And that includes County Road 2013, which is the path off 67, right?
Right. The first photos you showed, you would have come down 2013 from 67. The entrance that had our logo on it was right here, and then you follow this all the way down to the main lodge.
Okay. So just to get some perspective, about how far is it from the entrance over here on 2013 down to the main lodge?
2.5 miles.
Okay, so that's 2.5 miles. And then you keep continuing down this road to the shooting sports
Yeah.
complex, right?
Correct.
So that's right here. So the lodge is right there. Where are the dog kennels we talked about?
They're right here. These are the kennels, and these are the two homes.
Okay, so right just as the crow flies, it's just right across over.
Yeah, that photo of the entrance was right here, so you can see this whole area.
So right here is the entrance into the shooting sports range.
Yes.
The dog kennels are over here,
Yes.
and the lodge is right here.
Yes.
So it's a pretty good ways down to the lodge, but then once you get to the lodge, it's not far to the range.
Correct. Yeah. Not very far at all.
Now, Frank, we talked some about what you saw when you got to the shooting sports range.
Yes, sir.
February the 2nd.
Yes, sir.
You found your friends Chris and Chad. Was anyone else there injured?
No one else injured, no.
Come on, can I approach the witness again?
You may.
I want to show you some photographs here that have been marked, State's Exhibits 30 through 67, each individually marked, and I'm going to ask you, have you looked at those just before coming in here today?
Yes, I did.
And do those photos accurately and truly depict the layout and the persons, the equipment, the firearms that you saw when you arrived at the range on February the 2nd?
Yes, sir. You do.
When you arrived, was it still daylight?
It was still daylight.
And these photographs were taken sometime later when it was dark.
Correct.
Other than it being dark, is everything else in these photographs an accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yeah, it's right where I saw.
Your Honor, State offers State's Exhibits 30 through 67. Oh, I'm sorry.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, we don't have any objection to states 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, or 35. We do have an objection pursuant to Rule 403 on 36 through 67.
May I see those, please? All right, States Exhibits 30 through 35 are admitted. That is inclusive. States Exhibits 36 through 67 inclusive are admitted as well, finding that the probative value of the content of those pictures substantially outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice. You may.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
You may.
Frank, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 30. is this, what were we looking at from this perspective?
You're driving up to the shooting platform from that curve from the photos we saw earlier.
And is that the same platform we saw in the earlier exhibits in the daytime?
Yes, it is.
I guess the only difference here is we have crime scene tape around the parking lot this time.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 31. Is that the same structure from a different angle?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, having gone through these photos, as they progress into the higher numbers, do we get closer to the deck as we move in, such as in Exhibit 32?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're getting closer to it.
What we see depicted here is a number of firearms, crime scene tape, and the back of the deck.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 33.
Yeah, it's just closer up of the same deck.
Now looking up, we see a firearm with no magazine in it over here to the right. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And a backpack.
Right.
Frank, what are we looking at where I'm pointing?
To the far right?
Here.
Yes.
What is that? Who is that?
That's Chris.
State's Exhibit 34. More of the ammunition and a rifle with no magazine in it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's where it was when I got there.
More of the rifles.
Yes, sir.
Is that Chris?
That's Chris.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36 from the other side of the shooting sports deck. Now we see two men in this photograph. The one on the ground below the deck, who is this?
That's Chris Kyle.
The man who is on his back up on the deck, who is that?
That's Chad Littlefield.
Can you recognize them when you saw them?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 37. State's Exhibit 38. So Frank, looking at these photographs, we see their shirts are unbuttoned. Was that done when you arrived?
Yep.
On the scene?
Yes, the guys were starting to do that. They were working on Chris and Chad.
So you had a medic team on site there at Rough Creek to try to work on them?
David was a EMT at one point, and the other two guys were just helping.
So we see over here, we see this apparatus up here on the deck. Is that something that came after you initially arrived?
Yes, that came after I initially arrived. Yes, sir.
Eventually paramedics arrived, is that right?
Yeah, I think about 20 minutes later.
State's Exhibit 39. State's Exhibit 40. State's Exhibit 41. Frank, appears to be a revolver up here above Chris's head. Was that there when you arrived?
Yes, sir, that was right there.
State's Exhibit 42. State's Exhibit 43. Is this Chad?
That's Chad.
State's Exhibit 44. State's Exhibit 45. State's Exhibit 46. Now, Frank, what appears to be blood down below the left foot of Chad, was that there when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
State's Exhibit 47. State's Exhibit 48. Frank, is this a close-up of that same blood?
Yes, that's the same blood spot.
Were those 4 streaks through the blood, possibly a 5th, were those there when you arrived?
Yeah, that was exactly that way.
State's Exhibit 49. State's Exhibit 50. State's Exhibit 51. State's Exhibit 52. State's Exhibit 53. State's Exhibit 54. Is that Chad?
It's Chad.
State's Exhibit 55. State's Exhibit 56. State's Exhibit 57. State's Exhibit 58. This is Chris.
It's Chris. Yes, that's Chris.
State's Exhibit 59. State's Exhibit 60. State's Exhibit 61. State's Exhibit 62. State's Exhibit 63. Is that Chris?
That is Chris.
State's Exhibit 64. Are these earplugs in his ears?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 65. State's Exhibit 66. State's Exhibit 67. Is that what you saw, Frank?
Yes, sir. That's I saw.
Ask the witness. Mr. Alvarez, my name is Shay Isom. I don't believe we've ever met before.
We have met before.
We have met before?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I do know you live in Granbury and I have an office in Granbury. How long ago was that?
Oh. Goodness. Before Chris's death, so
Well, forgive me for not remembering.
it's fine.
I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
One, in regard to these exhibits, the aerial views and the map, let me clarify a couple of things. In regard to the distance from Highway 67 to the entrance of the lodge, how far is it once you get off of the highway?
It's 4 miles in.
4 miles to the lodge?
4 miles to the entrance to the lodge.
To the entrance to the lodge. How much further then from the entrance to the lodge before you get to the main buildings there?
2.5 miles,
So it's 7 miles from the highway till you get to the structures?
roughly, yes.
Okay. And is that a paved road
Yes, sir, it's paved.
all the way?
Yes,
Even once you get in through the entrance to the property, it's still paved up to the lodge?
yes, sir.
And then after you leave the lodge, say for example, to go to the shooting range, does that road remain paved?
No, it's not.
Okay, I noticed in some of those pictures, obviously, when you're at the range, that looks like a caliche road or a
Right.
dirt road.
Yes, the county road's a caliche road as well.
And once you leave the lodge parking lot, are all the roads going out that depicted the things that you drove by, or those dirt roads?
No.
Okay,
No.
there's some paved roads?
Yeah, it's paved all the way till you get to the 2 guide homes, until you get onto County Road 199.
Okay, and that county road, does that split the property?
Yes, sir.
And that's the road that you have to get on to get to the shooting range?
Yes,
And what's the number of that county road again?
199.
Okay. And in regard to, when you hit County Road 199, you have to make a left or a right?
Turn right.
Okay. And how far then do you travel down the county road before you get to the range entrance?
I'm gonna guess maybe half a mile.
Okay, so roughly 800 yards.
Sure.
And then you make a left off of the county road into the entrance of the range.
Yes,
And I believe, if I didn't misunderstand you, you said it's another 1/8 of a mile or another 200 yards down past the bend.
it's 200 yards from the gate that you enter till you get to the shooting platform.
Okay. And the platform, from at least from the angle where you were looking down the road at the bend, there's some cedar trees in between the entrance. You
Yes.
can't really see the deck in that picture.
Yeah, I believe you couldn't. Yeah, it depends on the angle you're at, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm talking about in particular, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let's look at State's Exhibit number 20. I'm gonna have you look at that for me.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the State's exhibits that's been admitted into evidence. You testified on direct that you can see the other structures from the range and you can hear dogs barking. That's standing at the entrance off of County Road 199?
Yeah, they're standing at 199 looking towards the shooting structure.
looking towards the shooting structure. And my question was, is it somewhat screened off by cedar trees or some type of brush?
Yes,
Okay. So can you see like parts of the top of it?
I can see one corner of it on the right
One
side.
corner of it?
Uh-huh.
So, although you're not far from the kennel and you've driven past some structures, you're half a mile down 199 and another eighth of a mile down the road entrance to the range. That's as close as you would be to any other structure, is that right? If I understand your testimony.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but yeah.
Well, let me rephrase it. I asked you to get to where we're going there. We took a right on 199
Right.
and went a half mile. That was your testimony.
Yes, sir.
There's no is there any structures right there on 199 on the county road?
No, between the houses in here, no.
Okay. And then once you get to the entrance to the range, you take a left off of 199 and you drive another 200 yards, and behind those trees are the range.
Yes, sir.
There's no structures between where you turn off of 199 and travel that 200 yards down the entrance to the range other than the shooting platform, is there?
That's correct.
Okay. So you'd have to travel at least 1,000 yards or more to get to the next structure. If you went by the road.
Okay.
You just told me we went
Right.
a half mile down 199 and another 200 yards.
Okay, sure.
And I'm not trying to tie you down on exact number of yards, but you testified on direct that it's not secluded.
Yeah, it's not terribly secluded. You can see the lodge from,
Well,
if you're looking back
The
this way.
entire property's 7 miles off of Highway 67 in rural Texas, in an extremely rural part of rural Texas. Would you agree with me that the entire location is somewhat secluded?
Yeah, it's rural, absolutely.
You mentioned Mr. Neighbors, Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Lowry, and there must have been at least one other person in the Beretta room. How many employees on a Saturday, February 2013, would you have had out there at the lodge?
Including food and beverage staff, 50 or 60.
Well, let's exclude the food and beverage staff for a minute, and just like Mr. Neighbors, I think you testified he was first on scene.
I believe he
At
was.
the incident, at the range.
Yes, sir.
Are these guys running around in a Gator or a Polaris Ranger or some type of vehicle? Are they driving a pickup? Or are they going to different places within the property? Are they all pretty well confined to the structures that we're talking about doing work?
Well, David was a bellman, so he was near the front entrance. I don't honestly know where Justin and Nathan were.
What are their job descriptions?
They were wildlife guides.
Okay. So if they didn't have any hunters to be guiding, what would they be doing when they didn't have that to do?
They could be running the zip line, running the climbing wall. They could be doing tomahawks. They could be doing archery. They could be renting out a Kawasaki mule, a side-by-side, any number of things like that. Paintball.
Okay. Do you happen to know how many guests that you had at that time?
The lodge was pretty busy. Saturday night, we were pretty full, so we probably had in excess of 100 guests.
And I assume they would have been tending to guest needs as you were.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Now, you said that about 3:15, you got a call from the front desk. Mr. Matt Nash said, I didn't think you're probably looking at your clock. I want to explore that just a little further. How do you know it was about 3:15?
Well, 'cause I was on my computer, looked at my computer, and walked over there to see what was going on as far as activities at the lodge.
Okay, so the jury can rely then on, when you represent to them, it's about 3:15, you looked at your computer, which you believe to be carrying accurate time,
Yes, sir.
and made a mental note of that.
Yes, sir.
You also mentioned that they were only planning to be there about 45 minutes. Was there anything significant about that? Like you said, we're leaving at 4? That you just,
He said he had an event to go to that night, and they were only going to be out there for about 45 minutes. Chris told me that.
because he had to drive and get back.
Yes, sir.
So it was in February, this is late afternoon, 3:15.
Yes, sir.
And you know that because you looked at your computer.
Yeah, it was approximately in that time, yes, sir.
When you testified that David is, that's David Pritchett,
Yes, sir.
and you said at one time he was an EMT. Do you know when he was an EMT?
I do not.
How long had he worked for the lodge February of 2013?
This will probably not be terribly accurate, but I'm going to guess about a year or so.
Okay. Well, when you arrived at the shooting range, Mr. Pritchett, was he there before you?
Yes.
And the other two gentlemen you mentioned, Mr. Neighbors, and what was the other employee's name?
Lowry, Nathan Lowry.
They were also there with Mr. Pritchard when you arrived.
Yes.
And they had begun CPR.
Yes.
And David, I guess, was doing the CPR. You said the other two were assisting.
Yes.
So everything that do you know how long after they arrived before you arrived?
Probably 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay. And you said about 20 minutes after that, somebody else arrived.
Somerville County arrived.
And when you say Somerville County, you're talking about their EMS?
Yes, sir.
Were they accompanied by any law enforcement?
Honestly, I don't remember.
One other thing, one last question I wanted to ask you about. One of those state's exhibits, and may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
It's state's number 26, and Mr. Nast asked you about, the patrons didn't always police their brass, I think is what it was described. If you look at that picture, that's not just brass, there's a lot of live rounds in there, correct?
Yeah. There are.
Is that unusual, or is that typical for the range out at Rough Creek?
We try to keep it pretty clean
How often does somebody go out there and clean up the range?
after every use.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Nash?
Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, talking some more about the proximity of the shooting sports range and the lodge, and you can get some perspective of the size of the buildings here and the size of the range and the distance there, is that right?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of it?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And between the lodge and the range, is that a building right there?
Yes, sir. That's the administration building.
That's a building right there?
That's one of the guide homes. I'm sorry, that is the kennel, excuse me.
There are buildings right there?
That's a guide home.
So we have buildings just that far?
Yes, sir. That corner there is where you get onto 199.
And from here, you can see the top of the lawn.
Yes, sir.
And when it comes to the policing of the brass, and I know we don't want to dwell on that a long time, but it's kind of like golf balls at a shooting
Yeah, there's a lot of
driving range. You you're supposed to pick up your brass, but obviously your patrons don't.
Not always, that's true.
I have no I don't have any further questions this week.
All right, you may return outside the courtroom.
They call it Justin Neighbors.
Mr. Neighbors, if you'll come up here, I need you to have a seat in this black chair to my left, please, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Neighbors. Now, have you ever testified in court before? No. All right, you nervous?
Yes.
Can you move close to the microphone? And then everything after that will be,
Okay.
you're Justin Neighbors, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, just for the court reporter's benefit, you spell your name, your last name how?
Nabours.
And Justin, just the conventional way?
Yes.
And, Justin, how old are you?
25.
And where
25.
do you live, Justin?
Right now I'm staying with my in-laws,
And where's that?
Benbrook.
Okay. And, so if you got in-laws, it means you're married?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married?
About a year and a half.
And you got some kids?
2, a boy and a girl.
How old are they?
My son's about to be 2 and my daughter's 8 months.
So your son was born just about the time all this happened.
Yes, sir.
Now, Justin, what kind of line of work are you in?
I'm a nuclear contractor. I go around the country to different nuclear power plants and work their outages.
Okay. So different nuclear power plants?
Yes.
So do you work some at the one over there at Somerville County?
Yes, Comanche Peak.
Okay. And Justin, where did you work before you became a nuclear contractor?
Rough Creek Lodge.
And how long did you work at Rough Creek?
A month short of 2 years.
When did you start there?
September 2012.
A few months before
Yes.
these murders happened.
Yes, sir.
And what was your job description there at Rough Creek when you started out in September of 12?
I was a part-time wildlife guide.
So did you, in being a wildlife guide, what types of activities did you engage in?
We took people on deer hunts. We had shooting complexes, shotguns, rifles, pistols. We did instructions on children how to handle the gun, proper safety. We did stuff like tomahawks, how to throw tomahawks, and archery and paintball. We did some golf, some scavenger hunts, and a bunch of corporate business stuff, I guess.
Okay. And did you enjoy that line of work?
Yes.
And so you started in September of 12. About how long did you stay with Rough Creek?
About a year and just 1 month short of 2 years.
Now you said you were a part-time wildlife guide.
Yes.
What did you do with the rest of your time during that time?
That's what I did.
Okay. And on February the 2nd, 2013, is that a day you remember well?
Yes.
It's a Saturday, right?
Yes, sir.
What time did you go to work that day?
I went to work at 9 a.m.
And was that pretty normal for a Saturday?
Yes.
Were weekends pretty busy for the lodge?
They were, because bird season was about to start and we had a lot of clients coming out to do hunts and stuff like that.
Okay. Prior to that time, had you had occasion to meet Chris Kyle?
Prior to that, no.
Did you meet him that day?
I saw him drive by the Beretta room that day.
Okay, so you hadn't actually talked to him?
I've seen him in the Beretta room before, but I've never had a conversation with him.
So, you go to work at 9 o'clock, are you doing your normal duties for that day?
Yes, sir.
And why do you, how did you know that the truck you saw was Chris Kyle drive by?
It's been there before. Craft International, they come out, and I've seen his truck and Stephen Young's truck, and they've been out there quite a few times.
And could you describe what the truck looked like?
Yes. It was a black F-250. It looked like it had rhino lining all over the outside of it, big front and rear bumpers, big tires and wheels, and tinted windows.
Pretty unique truck.
Yes.
Had the Ford logos on it replaced with his company logo.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Pretty neat truck, actually. Where did you see it driving?
As I was walking out of the Beretta room, it was passing right in front, I guess leaving the parking lot of the lodge.
Now, let's talk a little bit about that Beretta room. It's been referenced before. Where on the property of Rough Creek is the Beretta room?
It's just to the right of the main lodge entrance. It's a separate section that you go to book your activities, shooting, hunting, archery, anything like that.
May I approach the witness room?
You may.
We have some photographs of the lodge that might be helpful for you to admit to.
I want to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibits 14 and 15. Is this the main lodge structure you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And let's look at States Exhibit 14, which is a little bit further back view. Where would the Beretta room be from where we're looking at right now?
If you're looking at that, it'd be to your right-hand side.
Okay, so over this way?
Yes. It'd be behind your right shoulder.
Okay, okay. So that's where, is that where Shooting Sports is operated out of, the Beretta room?
Yes.
And what kind of, what's in the Beretta room?
We've got a gun room that has all of our shotguns, rifles, pistols in it with safes. And then we've got the main lobby that guests come into and they can book their activities, what they want to do. We've got 2 offices in there, one for the sales manager and then one for the wildlife manager.
Okay, so your whole operation for Shooting Sports comes out of there with the guns to lend out and such.
Yes.
And so were you in the Beretta room when Chris Kyle drove by, or did you see him leave the Beretta?
I was coming out of the Beretta room and he drove by while I was coming out.
Okay. Did you see into his truck?
I could see into the front of the truck.
And what did you see in the front of the truck?
I saw 2 guys in the front and they just kept driving.
Okay. Could you see into the back seat?
No, I could not.
And why is that?
The windows were too tinted.
So you just saw, you knew it was Chris Kyle because of the truck, right?
Yes.
Would you have known him by sight if you saw him?
Probably not.
Now, Justin, you recall about what time it was you saw him drive by the Beretta room?
I couldn't, no.
That's okay. That's okay. You knew of Chris Kyle at that time, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to go to the Shooting Sports range later that day?
The gentleman, the guest I was with, that I was taking out a pig hunt, his son wanted to meet Chris Kyle.
Okay, so they knew he was there.
Yes.
And so you, what kind of activities were you guiding this man and his son on that day?
Prior to going out to the range, we went to the old rifle range. It was down in Creek Bottom to help his son sight in his rifle and get used to it before we went out on our pig hunt.
Okay.
After that.
So you were going to go on a pig hunt?
Yes.
Or did you end up going on that pig hunt?
No.
So you sighted in his rifle, the youth shooter, you work on his rifle. How did they know Chris Kyle was at the complex?
I guess word of mouth.
So the word spread when he showed up.
Yes.
And so to accommodate this guest and his son, how old was his son?
He was either 10 to 12.
To to accommodate him, did you agree to take them over to the shooting sports range to possibly introduce them to Chris?
Yes, I did.
And what mode of transportation did y'all take to get to the shooting range?
We were in a Kubota diesel mule. It's just a UTV.
And was it just the three of you?
Yes.
Now, as you where did you start out when y'all decided to go see Chris?
We left after we had sighted in his rifle at the old range. We left straight from there and headed over to the rifle range.
And as you approached the entrance of the shooting sports complex, was there any sort of indicator that the range was in use?
Yes, we have 2 red flags, our Bravo flags, that we put up when somebody's out there shooting to let others know that somebody's out here with live ammunition shooting.
Is that for safety concerns?
Yes, it is.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to show you a photograph that was previously admitted. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20, or admitted as State's Exhibit 21. Is this the entrance to the shooting sports complex?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 20. Is that a further back view of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Now, just for the benefit of the jury, when you say there's a flag to be raised, could you point out on this photograph where that is?
Underneath that cover right there.
So that's sort of canvas-looking cover?
Yes, it's a telescopic flag that you can raise up and raise down.
And that flag is what color?
Red.
And so people who use that range, are they briefed on how to use that, when to use it?
When we go out with a guest, we raise the flag. All the shooting activities are guided. So a guide goes out with the guests, and we do raise the flag every time we go out there.
Okay. And in this point, in this photograph, it's not, which is State's Exhibit 21, the flag is not deployed.
That's correct.
When you arrived, do you have, and I realize you weren't looking at your watch because you weren't expecting something big to happen, but do you have an approximate time when you went to take this guest and his 10-year-old son to the shooting sports complex?
It was roughly around 4:40, 4:50. We trying to get out there before dark.
Okay. And you saw the flag was up.
Yes.
So did you go ahead and approach the shooting range deck?
Yes, I had instructed my guests to go ahead and put ear protection on just in case they were shooting as we pulled up.
And was there any shooting going on?
No, there was not.
Now back, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Backing up on a little bit different topic. You're familiar with the complex. This State's Exhibit 20 being the entrance to the shooting sports range.
Yes.
This is looking toward it. Look, if I were standing where that picture was taken and behind me, is there a set of dog kennels back there?
Yes, there's a set of dog kennels behind the trees behind your back there.
Are they noisy?
Yes.
Did you hear them from the gun range?
Yes, you can.
All right, so y'all go ahead and go through that gate. Was that gate open when you
The
approached
gate
it?
was open, yes.
So you went ahead and went in.
Yes, sir.
And show you State's Exhibit 22. Of course, this is not taken the day you went out there, but another day, in February. Is that what it would look like as you approach the range?
Yes, but you'd be a little further to the left of that.
Okay. Because of the road.
The road widens from the left.
It's come from over this direction. Okay. Is that about what you saw when you arrived, something like that?
Yes.
Now, as you approached the range, did you see weapons? Sporting firearms out on the deck?
Yes, there was an assortment of rifles and pistols, looked like they had been laid out.
Did you see any people when you first started to approach?
No.
Did that concern you?
It made me think that they might be done and they were going downrange to put down the other Bravo flag that we have.
Did you see any vehicles there?
No.
Did you notice that, or was that a?
Yes, that's what made me think they were probably heading downrange because there's a big berm to our left and you can't see past it on the road to get to the other Bravo flag that's probably 1,500 yards from the shooting platform.
So with the kind of truck that Chris Kyle had, could he have just driven down the range and seen if he hit his target?
Yes.
So at this point, you're not even alarmed?
No, not yet.
Do you drive up toward the deck, or do you get out and start walking at this point?
We stopped the mule probably 50 yards back just to see if they were downrange driving before we approached. And after, I don't know, 5 minutes, we pulled up right next to the platform. And that's when we saw their bodies there.
So for a good 5 minutes, y'all actually just sat in the parking lot, not knowing what was on the other side?
Yes.
Did you approach, after you waited about 5 minutes and you approached closer to the deck, were you still in the Kubota
Yes.
gator thing?
Yes, we were.
And so it was you and the father and the 10-year-old son.
Yes, sir.
What did you see as you got closer to the deck?
First, we saw the body that was laying in the grass, and then we saw the other one on the platform.
What did you do?
I told them to stay in. I got out and walked over, and once I saw what was happening, I told them to call 911 and go back to the lodge.
Did the boy see it?
Probably for a minute or so.
So did they take the Kubota and leave?
Yes.
What did you do?
I stayed, called on the radio for some help out at the long range, then waited for them to show up, and we proceeded from there.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
No.
How were the two men you found at the range, how were they positioned?
The one in the grass, Chris, was face down, his nose in the dirt, and Chad was on the platform on his back with one of his arms in there.
Did they show any signs of life when you first saw them?
No.
Did they ever?
No.
You said Chris was face down.
Yes.
Sorry to do this to you, Justin, but I approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'll show you what's been marked or admitted. That's State's Exhibit 67. In this photograph, do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who is it?
Chris.
And he's on his back.
Yes.
When you found him, was his shirt closed?
Yes. We cut it off and started CPR on both of them.
When you first found him, how was he positioned in comparison to this photograph?
His nose was in the pool of blood on the right.
This pool of blood right here? So when you found him, he was face down and y'all rolled him over to try to help him?
His hat was still on his head when he was face down.
Who arrived to try to help you, try to save Chris?
David Pritchard and Nathan Lowry. Dave,
What steps did y'all take to try to save Chris?
David brought a defibrillator out to the range. We cut his shirt off, hooked the defibrillator up, and as that was doing what it was supposed to do, we went over to Chad, cut his shirt off, and started CPR by hand and a pump.
So you're trying to, there are three of you, and you're trying to figure out if there's any way to save both Chris and Chad.
Yes.
I know you were busy trying to work on these two men that were down. I'll show you State's Exhibit 61. This revolver, this cowboy style revolver over here above Chris's head, was that there?
Yes, sir.
Did any of y'all move that?
No.
So this is the gun that was there.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll show you State's Exhibit 46. So Chad,
Yes.
is that the position he was in when you found him?
Yes, it is.
When you found him, was his shirt still intact?
Yes, we cut his shirt off.
But his arms and his legs, is that how they were?
Yes, that's how they were.
Now, I need to show you a close-up of State's Exhibits 52 and 53. We have a stain, one from further out, one closer. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And that's it, is that Chad's foot that we see in
Ye-
the photographs?
Yes, it is.
And those 4 or 5 streaks that are through that blood, were they there?
Yes, yes, they were.
Do you vividly remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now you and the 2 others did work on these 2 men, I guess frantically for a while, didn't you?
We did until the paramedics showed up.
And Rough Creek had a automated defibrillator device to try to detect the heart rate.
Yes, sir.
Did that machine seem to detect the heart rate on either of these 2 men?
It did say pulse detected on Chris.
So did y'all continue to keep trying, what did it say about Chad?
I can't remember if it said anything about Chad. Well, after it said that on Chris, we left it on him.
But there's no signs of life that you could see?
No.
Did more Rough Creek staff come while you waited for the paramedics to make the long route out there?
Yes.
Who else arrived?
Paul Bocafoli and Frank Alvarez. And I believe maybe Emily Grundy had pulled into the parking lot but left after that. And only Paul and Frank came up to the platform.
Who's Paul Bocafoli?
The general manager at Rough Creek Lodge.
When the paramedics arrived, did you stay there and continue to help?
When they showed up, all 3 of us got out of the way and they went over and confirmed that they were dead, and that's when we washed our hands and waited a little bit.
You washed your hands?
Yes.
afternoon, Mr. Neighbors. Is it all right if I call you Justin?
It's fine.
Justin, my name's Shay Isom. I'm one of the lawyers that's representing Mr. Routh. I just have a couple of questions for you, okay? You said you were a part-time wildlife guide, but you were a professional guide in that you were paid to either take people hunting or for shooting sports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long, or what kind of background did you have that got you into the wildlife guide business?
The previous job before my Rough Creek, I was the nuclear contractor before this, and then I went back to that. And every different state that I went to, I hunted and fished vividly.
Okay, so you grew up
Yes, I grew
hunting
up.
and fishing.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from originally?
Glen Rose, Texas.
Okay, rural Texas boy, everybody deer hunts, right?
Yes, sir.
Bird hunts, dove hunts, turkey, whatever, duck. You ever hunt duck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a little bit of all of it then, huh?
Yes.
And so you familiar all your life growing up with firearms, hunting, shooting, gun safety rules.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, one of the exhibits out there at that platform, there's a list of basic gun safety rules, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have to enforce those rules with clients?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. Is that common for you to have to enforce safety rules like keep your bolt open or have your gun pointed in a safe direction, those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Most of our clients that came out were new to the activity. We did a lot of learning at the lodge.
A lot of people like you in the state of Texas, certainly anybody born after 1971 or 1973, they have to have that hunter education safety course.
Yes, sir.
It's about, 2 days worth of classroom intensive hunter safety education.
Yes, sir.
Before that, you got what you got from your dad and your granddad, right?
Yes, sir.
Those of us that are older who have been born before that, we didn't have to have that certification. I'm assuming you had to go through the hunter safety education course.
Yes.
And in addition to that, I'm assuming you probably got some instruction from your dad and granddad and other adults.
Yes, sir.
And would you consider yourself to be not necessarily an expert, but somebody that's well educated in gun safety
Yes, sir.
and safety while hunting?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, so much so that you were a professional guide in that you were paid to not only take people out to shoot and hunt, but to enforce those safety rules for everybody's safety.
Yes, sir.
Knowing all that, do you think it's a good idea to take somebody out to shoot or hunt that you suspect is under the influence?
No.
Unequivocally no. No exceptions.
No.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Let's say called Bobby Epps.
Bobby Epps. Mr. Epps, if you'll come to my left and have a seat in this black chair. That microphone's voice activated, so you'll need to get kind of close. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm Lieutenant Bobby Epps from the Somerville County Fire Department.
Okay. So it's Lieutenant Epps.
Yes, ma'am.
Address you that way. How long have you been with the Somerville County Fire Department?
I've been there for 8 years.
And you don't look that old enough to be somewhere for 8 years. When did you join the fire department?
When I was 17, I got on the fire department. There, we did a 2-year program before that as kind of an explorer post. It's for younger members of the community who may want to be firemen or paramedics or EMTs when they grow up.
So what do you do for the Somerville Fire Department?
Currently, I'm the lieutenant on C shift as a firefighter paramedic. We run ambulance calls and fire calls in our district.
And so what kind of training do you have to go through to be a firefighter and paramedic?
The fire school is the one I went to. It was an online academy that you did your book work, and then you did a two-week boot camp, 14 days. It was 24 hours day and night of test and skills, hands-on stuff. And the paramedic program I went through was a week-long boot camp similar to the fire school, but it took me about a year and a half to complete all the A&P and all that stuff we had to do for it, and the state skills and national level stuff.
I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking the court reporter may have, you tend to talk real fast.
Oh, sorry.
So just, if you can, just slow down, make sure we can understand everything you're saying.
Okay.
You a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
And so, the paramedic training, and that's, you have some kind of certification as a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am. State and national level.
Okay, and so that's separate from the firefighter training?
In Texas, to be a commissioned fireman, you have to have some level or some sort of EMS certification to go along with it, because the majority of what we respond to, whether on a fire truck or an ambulance, is mostly medical calls. So that's not just Somerville, that's nationwide.
So you have to be either a paramedic or EMT?
Correct.
Okay, and EMT stands for?
Emergency medical technician.
Okay, and is a paramedic more training or less training than an EMT?
The way that the National Registry in the state of Texas Health Services recognizes it as an EMT is the title, the skill level is either a basic, an intermediate, or a paramedic. So the paramedic is at the top of the skill level.
Okay, and you're a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when did you become certified as a paramedic?
March 31st of 2013.
So in February 2013, were you an EMT?
Yes, ma'am. I was an EMT
Paramedic?
basic. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, have you held some other job besides going into the fire department right out of high school?
Yes, ma'am. I was in the U.S. Army for just over a year and a half, and other than that, I've worked in the emergency room, and I've worked for Arlington EMS in Arlington, Texas, as well.
What'd you do in the Army?
I was a combat medic.
And where were you stationed?
Stationed at the Fort Sam Houston base in San Antonio.
So explain to me, if you're a combat medic and you're in Fort Sam Houston and San Antonio, what does that have you doing?
There's multiple areas of assignment. You could be kind of in the field when they do training in the field as just an EMT out there assisting people who get hurt during trainings and whatnot, or injuries there. And they have the BAMC, the Brooke Army Medical Center, which is a level 1 trauma, and they treat a lot of burns and stuff there also. And you can be assigned there as emergency room technician or just a fast track technician, stuff like that. Just vital signs and assisting with assessments and patients.
Because I hadn't thought of that part about people getting injured during training.
Yes, ma'am.
In the military. Okay. And so you did that, and then did you come back to the Somerville Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you working and were you on duty on February the 2nd, 2013?
No, ma'am.
So were you off duty that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was off duty, off shift. I was at the fire station finishing up some personal business.
Okay. And did you, though, I guess, even though you were off duty, did you accompany another EMT or paramedic on a call?
Yes, ma'am. When we still carried our pagers even though we were on or off duty, and my pager went off when I was there, and when I heard the secondary, which is what we asked for when we check en route.
And what does that mean?
When you get a tone, or I'm sorry, when you get dispatched to a location, they typically just tell you if it's respond to a medical emergency or a fire at such and such address. And then when your unit checks en route, you'll say, you know, Glen Rose from Medic 1, show us en route. Go ahead with secondary, and that's when they said we got two patients with gunshot wounds. So I know there's 2 patients, so I hopped on the ambulance and went out there with Matt Green and Eric Williams.
So if you have 2 patients that you know of, do you need 2 ambulances to go?
Typically you do. We have enough ability in each ambulance to provide care for multiple patients, typically no more than 3, depending on the severity of them. But stuff happens in the field all the time where you have enough equipment to cover you for at least 2 patients, or 1 patient that you mess a few things up on, you got extra supplies. So
So when the call first came out, so you're there at the fire station?
yes, ma'am.
And what road is the fire station on?
It's centrally located in the middle of the county, which is so the station is located in Glen Rose, the town of Glen Rose. It is located on Shepherd Street, which is right there by the junior high,
What's the main highway that it's closest to?
Highway 67.
So y'all are just like a couple blocks off Highway 67?
Yes, ma'am, a block.
And so, how do you get the dispatch? I mean, is there somebody there at the station or does it come in electronically to your?
It goes, when somebody activates 911, it rings to the receiving facility, whether it be, a lot of days with cell phone towers, it can go to the wrong county and you're in the other one, but it goes through our sheriff's department. They have the dispatchers, and they tone us out on the radio or pager.
Is that kind of an issue out there in this hilly area, depending on what cell phone tower somebody calls 911, it might go to, say, Somerville, or it could go to some other location?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We run into that quite a bit.
Okay, like who else? If you were, say, you were at somewhere like Rough Creek Lodge in Glen Rose, you're familiar with that place because you went there that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you experienced that situation before where somebody's out in a rural area like that and they call 911? Where else might it, I guess, bounce to?
I would imagine typically Routh County, but a lot of times it comes from, it almost defaults to Somerville, and then a lot of times we get people trying to call for Routh and they got to go through the Somerville dispatch. They'll forward them to the Routh County once they know for sure that they're in that jurisdiction.
So sometimes there can be some confusion about the location where the call is coming from, just because of how hilly it is out there and cell phone towers and that kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am. And also, it has to do with if the person calling 911 knows what county they're in, or what their area that they're located is in.
And so, though, did you get a dispatch to go to the location of Rough Creek Lodge that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who else went with you?
It was Matthew Green and Eric Williams.
And do you know from either your memory or from looking at your records to refresh your memory about what time was it when you got the call?
I honestly can't remember off the top of my head. I know it was after 12 noon, but that's just a generic time.
I saw you get a piece of paper out of your pocket when you got up there. Is that something you wrote or a statement?
It's my statement, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory if you saw some actual records from Somerville County Fire Department?
Possibly regarding the time of the call?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm just going to show you something and just ask you if there are documents in here that y'all recognize as being from Somerville County.
Yes, ma'am. That looks like all of our reporting systems
Okay,
that
just
we
take a look
use.
through there and see if that helps you refresh your memory about what time it was that you got the call.
17:10.
Okay.
So 5:10.
5:10. It's all in military time.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, how long did it take you and Matthew Green to get to the scene there at Rough Creek Lodge? You know, when you arrived there?
Well, it's hard to tell because it doesn't appear that they check. Sorry, it's hard to tell. The dispatching, there was so much radio communications because we were calling in for additional. We placed a helicopter. We requested a helicopter be en route to the vicinity of the call as soon as we understood that there was 2 patients with gunshot wounds. So they got us on en route time, and I want to say we were there before 1740 because I remember we disregarded the engine that would have also came to the scene to assist with the landing zone had we been able to use one of the helicopters. So I know that we canceled them.
Maybe sometime around 1740 or
Your Honor, at this point, I'm gonna have to object to leading calls for speculation on the part of this witness, and the answers are unresponsive.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
So would it have been somewhere, you said around 1740 or thereabouts?
I want to say we were probably on scene. I'm sorry. We were on scene between 1730 and 1740. Because I do remember the engine checked en route just prior to our arrival on scene, and according to the CAD sheet here, it looks like the engine was time-stamped at checking en route at 1724.
And so y'all are going in an ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say an engine, y'all call it a fire truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that would have come to assist in the helicopter if that had been needed?
Yes, ma'am. Landing zone.
So had y'all called for the helicopter to come en route?
Yes, ma'am. As soon as we get a call like that where we know especially any kind of major trauma, we're going to do our best to get them to the most appropriate facility the soonest, which would be, and that's the standard of care statewide, and that would be to a level 1 trauma center, which we can't get there fast enough by ground, so we would call a helicopter. I mean, that's standard practice for what we do.
From Rough Creek Lodge out there, where is the nearest trauma center?
It'd be John Peter Smith's probably the closest level 1 trauma in Fort Worth.
Right.
Fort Worth, Texas, downtown.
And so when you got there to Rough Creek Lodge, had you ever been out to that location before?
Yes, ma'am. I've been out there for standby events in the past when they have other events going on, and we've been on a few calls out there before.
Medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And so where were you directed to go to at Rough Creek Lodge?
While we were en route, they advised us that it was going to be located at the shooting range is where we needed to go, and there was 3 of us, and none of us in the ambulance knew that location. We've only been mainly to the main lodge area, and really nothing past that. Yes, ma'am. The big hotel area where they stay and they host events.
So you weren't familiar where the shooting range was. How'd you find it?
There was somebody there in a mule or golf cart, off-road UTV type vehicle that directed us where to go.
And so did you follow this person on the mule or the golf cart type vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, and we're talking about this is you and Matthew Green and Eric Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is there another ambulance coming up behind y'all, or?
Yes, ma'am. Medic 2 was also en route. They were en route at 1717.
Okay, so they're a little bit behind y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you and Green and Williams get there to the shooting range, following this guy on the golf cart, what do you see?
We saw from where we parked, all you could see was a shooting range. You could see downrange, and you could see a structure that was there it had a roof on it, and it was elevated off the ground a few feet. And we couldn't see anything until we got closer and looked around the corner of the structure itself.
It's kind of like a deck.
Yes, ma'am.
A shooting deck there at the range. And so you said you came in from around the corner.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the shooting deck, and then what did you see?
When I came around the corner of the shooting deck, I didn't get out and go up there initially because I was still communicating between the helicopter of our location and where we would be possibly needing one to land. And then I came around if you're facing the rear of the structure, I came around the right side up on the wooden deck. Matt Green was assessing a patient that showed to be Chad Littlefield. And then in front of the deck on the ground, it wasn't on the shooting range, but on the ground in front was a white male being assessed by a Rough Creek employee who had an AED with him, and at that time Eric Williams was also with him getting information from the medical staff from Rough Creek that was there.
Okay, so when you get there, you don't know who these men are?
No, no ma'am.
You just know there's 2 people there that are hurt?
Yes, ma'am.
So later though, for your reports, did y'all find out the names of these men at the range?
Yes, ma'am. Before we left the scene, someone had, I believe it was the owner or manager, or someone higher up the food chain at Rough Creek, said that was Chris Kyle.
Okay. And then did you later learn that the other man's name was Chad Littlefield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, maybe in your paperwork, there might be one referred to as patient A. And
Yes, ma'am. And that's how I identified them, because at the time of the event, that's what they were to us, was patient A and patient B.
And I know sometimes you know where I'm going with my question, but if you can wait until I'm done, because it drives this man crazy.
Oh,
if we're
sorry.
talking, and then you just did it.
Okay.
So, we talk at the same time, he can't take it down, so. So like I said, sometimes in your paperwork, there's a patient A and a patient B, so if we can just make it clear, which one is which?
Patient B was the one on the deck that later we found out was Chad Littlefield. And patient A was the one on the ground in front of the structure that was Chris Kyle.
So the one in front of the structure on the grass is Chris Kyle,
Yes. Uh-huh.
and then the one up on the deck is
Well, it wasn't on grass, it was on dirt, I believe.
dirt. And Chad Littlefield is up there on the deck.
Yes.
Now, so, you said you got there, and I guess you and Williams and Green, are y'all all kind of getting out of the vehicle at the same time?
They got out, and I rode in the back of the truck because there's only a driver's seat and a passenger seat in the cab. When they got out, I handed them equipment, and then like I said, I stayed with the truck to use the radio inside the truck to communicate where we are and where we would possibly need a helicopter if deemed necessary.
And so, but are they rushing up onto the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is there when y'all get there besides Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
There was a law enforcement officer from the sheriff's office and the the Glen Rose PD, Chandler Rebstock, and Keith Martin.
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Chandler Rebstock was the Glen Rose police officer, and then Keith Martin was the sheriff's deputy.
And were there some Rough Creek employees there at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are they doing when y'all arrived?
When we got there, there was a man that was kneeling down beside Chris Kyle, and there was another man, Justin, and I think he was kind of standing off to the side a little bit.
You mentioned Justin. Do you know Justin, neighbors from somewhere?
Him and I were not classmates. He was a grade lower than me in school.
You went to high school with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And so now, did you know the other man?
No, ma'am.
And so were they attempting to do things to save Chris and Chad?
Yes, ma'am. The Rough Creek employee that was with Chris Kyle, it had appeared that someone had been doing CPR on him because they had all the equipment that we would, similar to what we would use, already there, and it was already used, and so I know it wasn't us that had used it.
Like the defibrillator?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he actively working on Chris Kyle?
No.
He'd stopped?
Yes.
And does the defibrillator, does it tell you whether or not there's any kind of pulse detected or signs of life?
Yes, ma'am. The type of equipment that we use on the ambulance, we have the ability to read the electrical activity in the heart or lack thereof sometimes. And we also have, and we can make the decisions on what to do with the electrical currents that we need to do with it. Now an AED is an automated external defibrillator, and most of those you can't read a strip on. They're just made for the average person who's trained in them.
So what do they have there?
They had an AED hooked up to Chris Kyle.
And so how do you know whether somebody is still alive and capable of being saved or not?
In the EMS, or on the emergency medical side of things, we're going to do our best to do whatever we possibly can. If we arrive on scene and when your heart stops, it's called a cardiac arrest. Whether it's caused by trauma, caused by any other outside source, to us it's still a cardiac arrest. And when the heart's not beating and there's no electrical activity, that's asystole. If they're apneic, which is not breathing, and pulseless, then that is clinically deceased.
When you got there to the scene, did
I hooked up our Philips monitor, which has an AED function, but we don't use it very often, the AED part of it. We just manually do it ourselves. That's the level that we're trained to. And yes, ma'am, I did. I hooked up a 3-lead, which is stickers that go here on your right side, your left side, and on your left abdomen typically, and it will read any electrical activity in the heart.
And so did you hook that up to Chris Kyle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you detect any kind of signs of life?
Negative. Or no, ma'am.
And what injuries did you see on Chris Kyle?
The only thing that I could see on him in the position that he was when we got there was blood in his hair, and there was blood on his abdomen. Not a lot, but a little bit. And his shirt had been ripped open because that's how they had to put the pads on from the AED use that was there prior to our arrival. And it appeared that he had 2 wounds to his thoracic area that I could see.
To his torso area?
Yes, ma'am.
Chest area, okay.
And then I want to say what it looked like to me, he had a wound to his face on his cheek. I want to say it was his right cheek.
So when you got there, he had no pulse,
No, ma'am.
no signs of electrical heart activity?
No, ma'am.
And at that time, you'll make the determination that he's dead?
Yes, ma'am. Under Eric Williams was the highest certified EMS person at the time, and he said he's deceased.
Now, what's going on over here with Chad Littlefield? Is someone also checking his vital signs?
Yes, ma'am. That would be Matt Green.
And so do you know who we detected on Chad Littlefield, or should we ask Matt Green?
I would ask Matt Green. I had no patient contact at all.
You were there checking on Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
But he was already dead when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
When you're putting these, the electrical leads on someone who, was it obvious to you he had a gunshot injury or more than one gunshot injury?
Judging just by what we saw on scene with the amount of weapons on scene, and when we were told, that it was gunshot wounds, so it was, we thought it was safe to assume that these were bullet wounds.
Well, did the wounds look consistent with bullet wounds to you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Do you try and avoid the actual, bullet wounds when you put the leads on so as not to disturb any evidence?
Correct, at all possible, whether it's a stabbing or a gunshot or any kind of crime-related incident at all, we do our best to not disturb any evidence at all.
Okay. And does the same go for those big sticky pads that they put on for the defibrillating devices? Do you try and avoid wounds when you put those on?
We do to our best ability, given that we're going to give if those pads covering up a bullet wound can provide any possible type of life-saving treatment, then we're going to put them over the bullet wounds.
But if you can, you try and avoid the wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you do your best to try and avoid disturbing evidence at a scene?
Absolutely.
As far as you know, did you change the position of anything there out the scene other than maybe kicking up some dirt and
Absolutely not.
picking up some brass that was on the ground?
Absolutely not. I made sure not to touch anything other than what I was instructed to.
Okay. Did you see a weapon that was near Chris Kyle's head when you were out there working near him?
Yes, ma'am. There was a wood-handled long barrel revolver that was to the right. It was above Chris Kyle's head, to the right, just a little bit, and it was pointing barreled downrange.
And so you did your best. You didn't touch that weapon?
Negative. No, ma'am. Sorry.
It's okay. I know what negative means. Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
I don't have any questions for this witness.
All right, you may step down.
Over this paperwork here for you.
Yes. Who's next? Okay. Go ahead and call Matt Green. If you'll have a seat over here to my left.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Do I need to stand?
No.
My name is Matthew Green. I'm a firefighter paramedic with Somerville County Fire Department.
And you're very soft-spoken too. Just be sure and
Yes,
speak
ma'am.
up loud enough so we can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked for Somerville County firefighter, as a firefighter and paramedic?
As a firefighter paramedic for 2 years, and 8 years prior to that, I was a firefighter EMT basic. So a total of 10 years.
And have you worked for Somerville County the whole time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so total time at Somerville County Fire is how long?
10 years.
We kind of heard a little bit about y'all's training to become a firefighter, an EMT, and paramedic from Bobby Epps. You work with him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we don't need to go all through that again. But back on February the 2nd, 2013, had you become a paramedic? Or were you still an EMT?
I'd completed my paramedic training and I was awaiting for my certification to come through.
Okay. And so were you on duty on February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there at the fire station there in Somerville County?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in Glen Rose?
Yes, ma'am.
Were y'all notified of an emergency situation at the Routh Creek Lodge?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
And who else was on duty with you when that call came in?
It was myself and Eric Williams. He was my paramedic partner that day.
Now, has Eric Williams actually moved away from Somerville County?
He left the department not too long after this incident, and I have not heard from him since.
And then also, was Bobby Epps there at the station though, even though he was off?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And so did the three of y'all, you, Bobby Epps, and Eric Williams, go to Routh Creek Lodge?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Had you ever been out there before?
Yes, ma'am.
On other calls for medical reasons?
Other medical calls, other fire calls, just looking at it as a vacation spot.
Did you ever go there on vacation?
No, ma'am, that's out of my price range.
So when y'all got there, who's driving the ambulance?
If I recall correctly, I was the one who was driving the ambulance.
Now, did you know where you were supposed to go in Routh Creek Lodge?
No, ma'am, we didn't. Whenever we arrived, there was personnel from Rough Creek Lodge who advised us where to go.
Okay. And where were you to go?
It was off to a long-distance shooting range, is what we were told.
And now, we've heard from Bobby Epps about how y'all approached the shooting range. Had you ever been out to the shooting range area at the lodge before?
No, ma'am.
And so that was new to you?
Yes, ma'am.
When y'all pulled up there in that parking lot, that we've seen some photos of it, kind of a caliche parking lot, right?
Yes.
And you pulled up there, then what did y'all see as you got out of the ambulance?
We saw two men laying on the ground, unresponsive, and then there was another individual who was from Rough Creek Lodge who was attempting to provide medical treatment to these two men.
Okay, and was there a particular, so there's three of y'all from the fire EMS, which one of these two men that were injured did you attempt to work on?
That would have been Chad Littlefield.
Okay. And where was he? You know, kind of describe his location there.
He would have been, it's a little bit difficult for me to explain the actual deck area that he would have been on.
Was he on the deck or off the deck?
He was on the deck.
Okay. And we've seen some photographs. What's the first thing you do when you approach a patient in this situation?
First thing to do is as you're approaching them, you see whether they're actually breathing or not. After that point, once you've established that, you try to assess their level of consciousness, their airway, their breathing, and then you assess their circulation, usually by checking a pulse, either a carotid pulse, which would be on their neck, or a radial pulse, which would be around their wrist.
And when you approached Chad Littlefield, did you notice whether he was breathing or not?
There were no respirations. I assessed his pulse. Neither a carotid nor a radial pulse were noted. His skin color was not a normal color. It was more of a pale ashen color as well.
Did you notice anything about his skin temperature?
He was quite cold.
He was cold.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you determine that he was in fact dead?
Yes, ma'am. One of the other things that we do to help determine that in the field is we'll place an EKG on them, and then we'll assess assistally in multiple leads 1, 2, and 3, and depending on whether we did the standard electrodes or paddles, we'll also assess paddles as well.
And so did you determine he was in ACE?
Yes, ma'am, and I had my paramedic partner confirm that as well.
And that means there's no signs of life?
Yes, ma'am, that means the heart is no longer beating.
So there was nothing that you could do to revive Chad Littlefield?
No, ma'am.
What kind of visible injuries did he have?
He appeared to have a gunshot wound to the forehead. Also, it looked like he had a gunshot wound on his left arm. Also looked like one on his pectoral group and one just on the upper part of his left abdomen.
What did you notice around his head, or in the area around his head?
It looked like he might have had a little bit of brain matter, skull matter next to his head on the ground.
On that deck behind his head?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you're out there at the range, the other guys are working on Chris Kyle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they also determine that he was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
We've heard that there was a helicopter that was en route to the location. Was that called off?
I don't recall anything about a helicopter.
So no helicopter came?
That is correct. No helicopter came.
There was no need for it anymore?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing to do to save these 2 men?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Any questions, witness, Your Honor?
All right. That concludes your testimony. You may be excused. Let's see the attorneys right quick.
State calls,
One moment, Mr. Nash.
you bet.
The reason I talked with the attorneys is try to get an estimate on witnesses and time. We've got a couple of witnesses we can get on this afternoon that are not going to be that lengthy, and I can still give you a quick break if you need it. We've been chugging pretty hard, and so some of you do and some of you don't. I'm going to err on the side of caution for the do's. I'm going to let you have a quick break. Again, let's take about a 10-minute recess. It's 4:52, so shortly after 5, we'll gather back up and continue. All right, it's 5:15. We're back from the afternoon recess. State's counsel's present as well as defense counsel and the defendant. We're ready to bring the jury back in. You can be seated in the courtroom. Mr. Nash, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Deputy Keith Martin.
Mr. Martin, if you'll pause just for a moment before you're seated, I don't think you've previously been sworn, have you? If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause Now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Or if you'll have a seat in that black chair, that microphone is voice activated, so you need to get relatively close.
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Keith Martin, deputy with Somerville County. Been there for approximately 5 years.
Okay. And is that how long you've been in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training did you go through in order to become a deputy with the Somerville Sheriff's Department?
Went through basic police academy, then went through field training with Somerville County.
Okay. And what title and rank do you carry?
I'm patrol deputy. That's my title and rank.
Okay. And where are you from?
I'm from Evant, Texas.
Not far from the Elks, the Evant Elks.
Yes, sir.
And so, during that 5 years of work that you've had at the Somerville Sheriff's Department, you say you're a patrol deputy, what kind of activities and duties does being a patrol deputy entail?
It entails traffic, obviously have traffic stops, traffic control for accidents, working accidents, anything from theft to suicides, obviously homicides, chasing cows off the road.
Is that one of the more glamorous tasks that the law enforcement does?
I don't know if it's more glamorous, but we do that quite often. Yes, sir.
Well, so if you've been with the Sheriff's Department for 5 years, you were with the department on February the 2nd, 2013, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you also a patrol deputy then?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you on duty on February 2nd, 2013, when a call came in regarding Routh Creek Lodge?
Yes, sir, I was.
What were you doing when the call was received?
At that time, I was assisting the Highway Patrol Trooper Roundtree. We had an accident about a mile from the turnoff to the county road that leads to Routh Creek Lodge.
So was that a DPS trooper, Scott Roundtree?
Yes, sir, it was.
And when you say a mile from the entrance to Routh Creek, was that on Highway 67?
Yes, sir, Highway West 67.
What was the nature of the call that you received relating to something that happened at Routh Creek Lodge?
The initial call came in with 2 victims that had been shot. Unclear as to whether or not they had shot themselves, shot each other, or were shot by a third party. Our information was kind of limited at that point.
So all you knew at that point was 2 men had been shot?
Yes, sir.
About what time did that dispatch call come in?
It was between 5 and 5:15 p.m.
And it came while you were working this accident on 67?
Yes, sir.
And how many deputies were on duty at the time when that call came in?
I believe there were 3 of us on duty, and the highway patrol also. We also had one PD officer that was on the street.
And were you the nearest deputy when the call came?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did that call about 2 men having been shot, did that take priority over the accident that you were working?
For me, yes, sir, it did.
Okay. What actions did you take after you got that call around 5:15?
I immediately got into my patrol unit, drove straight to Routh Creek Lodge. I was met at the entrance by an employee there. She stated that it was going to be past the lodge and would lead me there through the back exit.
Okay. And did you follow, did that Routh Creek employee have a vehicle to lead you in?
Yes, sir. She was in a pickup.
And did she lead you through the lodge or the Routh Creek property?
Yes, sir.
And as you traveled, did you pass the lodge?
Yes, sir. We passed the lodge. It's a long road. I'm not sure. It's probably a mile, maybe mile and a half through their ranch there that leads to the lodge, and then it's probably another mile to a half a mile past that leads to the back exit.
Okay. And had you been to that the location that you were taken? Had you been there before?
No, sir. I'd never been to that particular shooting range.
Had you been to the lodge before?
I had been to the lodge, yes, sir.
And as part of your duties?
Yes, sir. It's not very often that we get a call out there, but every once in a while we do.
We know that once we go through the main entrance and we get about to the lodge is where the county line is. So we know if we pass the lodge, we know for a fact that we are in Erath County.
Okay. So as you were traveling, following this Rough Creek employee, did you come to a point where you knew you had entered into Erath County?
Yes, sir. When I saw her passing the lodge entrance to the main lodge itself, I realized we were going to be going into Erath County, and I immediately started relaying that information to the other officers that were coming to help out.
Okay. So you knew immediately you're going to have to get the Erath County law enforcement involved?
Yes, I notified dispatch that we were going to be traveling into Erath County.
But rather than just, when you got to the county line, make a U-turn and say to heck with it, you continued on?
Yes, sir.
See if you could offer assistance?
Yes, sir. It's our standard procedure that if we're going to be the first responding units, we will hold the scene for them, as will they for us, if there's something especially of this nature,
Okay.
just to secure the scene.
And so even while you're in transit to the shooting complex, you started notifying dispatch of
Yes.
the county issue?
Yes, sir.
All right, so as you followed the Rough Creek employee in, what was your ultimate destination?
It's called the Long Gun Shooting Range, I believe.
Okay. And about what time did you arrive there?
I believe it was just a few minutes afterwards, around 5:15, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. So just a few minutes after you got the initial call?
Yes, sir.
And upon arrival, what did you observe at the long shooting range?
Upon my arrival, there were several vehicles there. There were also several people there. All we found out were all employees of Rough Creek Lodge. As I rounded the shooting platform, there was one gentleman working on, looked like he was doing chest compressions, consistent with CPR on one victim that was on the shooting platform. And two other gentlemen were doing the same with another gentleman that was laying on the ground. They also had an AED hooked up to that particular victim.
Were you able to identify any of the employees by name that were there?
The employees, I identified the resident manager as Paul Bacalfoli, I believe is his last name.
Okay.
Shortly after I began talking with him, other officers arrived on scene. I asked them to identify everyone else.
Had any other emergency officials, official emergency personnel arrived when you got there?
Not when I got there. Everyone arrived after I did.
Okay, so you were the first public safety government official there?
Yes, sir.
So everyone that was there when you got there were Rough Creek folks?
Yes, sir. They're all employees of the lodge.
Okay. What steps did you take to assess the situation and secure the scene?
The first step I took, being the first officer on scene, I asked everyone to step back behind the platform, make sure they didn't touch anything. I asked all the members that were doing CPR to continue what they were doing, and just try to keep everyone back and make sure that they didn't touch anything, contaminate any evidence, move anything, until I had some backup there that could help assist that.
So based on the dispatch regarding gunshot victims and your assessment of the scene, did you know you had a crime scene?
Based upon where both victims were at, yes, sir. I mean, anytime we go to a shooting, it's considered a crime scene until proven otherwise. I held the scene until, we could further deduce that, until we could get some better evidence to help Erath County once they got there and assist them with their investigation.
Okay, what steps did you take to, once you secured the scene and only the necessary personnel on the deck, what steps did you take in to try to determine the identification of the men who were down?
Once we had everybody back and I had some assistance, I felt of their pockets to see if I could find a wallet or any other type of identification. I was not able to find any identification on the gentleman on the platform. Excuse me. I was, however, able to find a wallet on the gentleman that was on the ground, not on the shooting platform. His identification was that of Chris Kyle.
Okay, and so there was a photo ID in that wallet?
Yes, sir, is a Texas state driver's license.
Okay, so at that point, you knew one victim, but did not know who the other one was?
That's correct.
Were the folks at the employees of the lodge able to verify that that was Chris Kyle?
There was a little bit of confusion at first. Seemed like there was a little bit of shock, which is understandable. Mr. Bucklefoley was finally able to tell me that Mr. Kyle had checked out to be at that location. Didn't have a whole lot of information of the other people that were with him. At first, it was hard getting any information at all out of him. He finally did tell me that there was Mr. Kyle and two others. He believed the other one to be named Chad. He didn't have a last name for us. He was finally able to get someone on the phone that knew that it was to be Mr. Littlefield.
So was it a while before you learned that there was a third person who had been there?
It took a while for him to come forth with all that information. Like I said, I believe he was in shock of what had transpired. I would say it was probably 20 to 30 minutes before he finally said, yes, there were 3 people here.
What went through your mind when you learned that for the first time?
Makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, but I was expecting for a third person to be involved. It did not look, the wounds that I saw didn't appear to be self-inflicted, and it did not look like it was something that the 2 men could have done to each other. But having that verified, it's a scary feeling.
Now, you were not able to develop the identification or name or anything like that of the third person for your investigation, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
Once you were able to, when you discovered the wallet and identification on Chris Kyle, was it in his hip pocket?
No, sir, it was in his right front pocket, I believe.
Right front pocket.
Yes, sir.
And so were you able to remove that from his pants without disturbing the body?
Yes, sir, I was.
So after you moved that with the body in the same position it was when you found Mr. Kyle?
Yes, sir.
What steps did you take once you had ascertained his identification? Did you relay that information to other law enforcement?
I gave the DL number to our dispatch so that they would have it. I did relay that information to the other deputy that was on scene and the PD officer that was on scene.
Okay, so more law enforcement arrived?
Yes, sir.
While all this was going on?
Yes, sir.
Was it a frantic scene when you arrived?
When I arrived, yes, sir, it was. We tried to calm that situation by removing people from the platform for multiple reasons. One, they were already in a frantic state. 2, that's not something that, we wanted to just to have anybody walking up on. 3, again, to make sure there was no contamination of the crime scene.
And when you arrived, was there a helicopter hovering overhead?
No, sir, I don't believe that. I remember that anyway.
The helicopter hadn't made it there yet.
I don't remember a helicopter, no, sir.
And about how long did it take for the paramedics to arrive after you made the scene?
I believe they got there approximately 20 minutes after I was on scene, maybe a little longer than that.
And then more law enforcement began to arrive?
Yes, sir.
About what time did Routh County law enforcement come over and relieve you and take over the scene?
I believe they got there around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m.
So it took some time for everybody to get out there, right?
Yes, sir, it did.
During that time, are you satisfied that you were able to preserve the scene as it was when you found it?
Yes, sir. I feel that we preserved the scene as it was when we arrived.
When the Routh County personnel arrived, what did you do to coordinate the efforts you'd already made with what they were taking on from there?
We made sure that we relayed all information that we had gathered, all the names, any phone numbers that we were able to get from any staff that had been there. Made sure that they got with the EMS that had come from our county so they could tell them exactly what they had seen, what procedures they took, and what state everyone was in when they got there.
Okay. So everything you knew, you relayed to them?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, you prepared a written report?
Yes, sir, I did.
Memorialize all that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then once you had provided all that information to URAF County officers, did they release you and your fellow Somerville folks from the scene?
Yes, sir, they did release us. I believe it was around 6:20-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. All right, thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, police court. Deputy Martin, I made the mistake of asking Mr. Alvarez if we had met before, or didn't think we had, but I'm pretty sure you and I have met before.
Yes, sir, we have.
Didn't have anything to do with your law enforcement career. This was long before 5 years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
How old's that kid now?
He's 16.
Okay, so that was like 5th or 6th grade when we were coaching flag football.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said that you were a mile from the county road off of 67 to the entrance to the lodge.
Approximately, yes, sir.
And you got the call between 5 and 5:15.
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And you were on scene sometime around 5:15. Took you a few minutes to get there, correct?
Yes, sir, it takes a few minutes to get there.
I mean, it's according to Mr. Alvarez, if I told you that it was basically 4.5 miles to the gate and another 2.5 miles to the lodge, would you disagree with that?
I would not disagree with that, no,
So
sir.
it's about 8 miles from the highway just to get to the lodge.
To the lodge itself,
Yes.
I believe it's a little shorter than that, but somewhere in that
Give or
neighborhood.
take.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not trying to tie you down exactly.
Oh, no, I understand.
But then from there, you go follow an employee another distance around to the shooting range, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And about how far after you left the lodge do you think you traveled until you got to the range?
I would say approximately another mile.
Okay. This entire complex, this entire Routh Creek Lodge, this is a remote location within several counties.
Yes, sir. I believe it encompasses 3 counties, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's a pretty good ways off the highway, and it's not really close to anything else, is that correct?
That's correct.
Fairly large acreage.
Yes, sir.
The only other thing I want to ask you about that I hadn't really come up before, or it had the terminology used hadn't been used, and that's back exit.
Okay. I don't know if that's what they refer to it as. The main road that goes from, I believe it's County Road 2013, which is in our county, that leads up to the lodge. There's a road that goes from 2013 back into Routh County at their county road. I called it the back exit because it's an exit that leads out the backside of the lodge.
Okay. Well, when you went to the range and you left the lodge, you had to get on a county road to get to the shooting range, correct?
It's a county road or private road, yes, sir.
County Road 199, maybe?
Yes, sir. That may be correct.
Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you don't turn right on County Road 199 and make a left to go to the shooting range, if you turn left when you hit County Road 199, where does that come out?
I'm not 100% sure, sir.
Does it go into Bosque County? Does it go into Somerville County?
I believe it goes into Bosque County.
Okay.
It's not a road that I travel.
But you could exit the property rather than coming in off 67, the approximately 8 miles that you came in on. You could exit the property other ways.
Yes, sir, you could.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
State calls Rayleigh Parrish.
Miss Parrish, if you'll come up to my left. It's a black chair. I need you to have a seat in that, but before you do, you've not previously been sworn. Is that correct? No. If you'll raise your hand right quick, I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, this black chair here, again, that microphone is voice activated, so you're gonna have to get relatively close so that it can pick you up.
Good afternoon. Would you tell us your name?
Rayleigh Parrish,
And where do you work, Miss Parrish?
Midlothian Police Department.
And before I forget for the court reporter, how do you spell your last name?
Parrish.
How long have you worked for Midlothian Police Department?
About 3.5 years.
What do you do there?
I'm a dispatcher.
So what does that involve you doing? You taking calls?
Yes,
from the
ma'am.
public?
I answer 911, regular calls, and dispatch police, fire, and ambulance.
And did you have to have some amount of training to do that job?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it often involve you talking to people who are in a very excited state?
Yes, ma'am.
You've got to get certain information out of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the regular practice of the Midlothian Police Department, say if somebody calls 911 and they're in your jurisdiction, will there be a recording made of that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the regular practice of the Midlothian Police Department to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And y'all keep those records.
Yes, ma'am.
I assume you've got some kind of computer system that stores those files.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the regular, they're kept in the regular course of business of the Midlothian Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on the evening of February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a call that you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you have somewhere written down what time this call came in?
No, I don't have what time.
Will it say on the file itself? Can you pull it up?
I'm not really sure. I don't remember if it says that or not.
Okay. But was it in the evening?
It was the evening. I worked the evening shift.
So what time would you go on shift?
I go in at 6 p.m. and get off at 6 a.m.
Okay, so it would have been after 6 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, was it early in your shift?
It was because the officers were still at the station doing shift change.
Okay, and so shift change, is that at 6?
Yes, ma'am.
So they were still in the process
And
of the shift change?
doing briefing and stuff.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Parrish, I'm going to show you a CD, a disc that we have, and we've marked it as State's Exhibit 230. You've heard this disc before.
Yes, ma'am.
And was this a call that you took in your capacity as a dispatch operator at the Midlothian Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took this call on February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is you on this call?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a woman on there who identified herself on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that she identified herself as?
Laura Blevins.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she put her husband on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, she tells you that?
Yes.
Let you talk to your husband?
Yes.
And so we've got this recording of this call. You've listened to it. Is this an accurate recording of that whole conversation that you had between you and Laura Blevins and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
There haven't been anything taken out or added. This is the conversation.
That's the whole conversation.
We offer stays 2:30.
No objection, 2:30, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 230 is admitted.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may do so.
Listen, my brother just came by here. I live at 219 South 9th Street. He's now left, and he told me that he's committed a murder.
Okay, hold on.
And I'm terrified for my life.
Okay, hold
Because
on.
I don't know if he's going to come down here.
Okay. You live at 219 South 9th Street?
Yes, ma'am. He just lived there. Blue.
Hold on.
Okay. I won't leave the house.
What's his name and what does he live in?
His name is Eddie Routh. Come on, babe. Get your shoes on. Let's go.
How do you spell his last name?
R-O-U-T-H.
Okay, can you come up here to the police station?
Yes, ma'am. I can't right now. I'm bad. I'm not scared. Hurry up. Get too far.
What's his date of birth?
September 30th, 1987.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't know. Now listen, I don't know if he's being honest with me. Apparently, I was really terrified. I don't even know where your police department is. Is it over there?
Over by the
It used to be
highway?
a church.
Yes, ma'am.
It used to be a church.
I'm just gonna stay on the phone with you until you get here, okay? What is your
Okay,
name?
that would be great because I'm really scared. Call your mom, baby. Levins.
Spell your last name, please.
B like boy, L-E, V like Victor, I-N-N.
Okay. And who did he say he had killed?
He said that he killed 2 guys they went to a shooting range. Like, he's all crazy. He's fucking psychotic.
Is he on
I'm sorry for howling.
No, you're.
I don't know if he's on drugs or not, but I know that he's been. Let me stop here. Let me have my husband's gonna talk to you because I'm so nervous.
Yes. Go ahead and tell me what he said.
He said he killed 2 guys at a shooting range. He took one of his trucks, like a dark blue or maybe black F-250.
Okay.
And drove off and then, I'm not sure where he went.
And do we know, so he's in the F-250 right now?
Yes, and there's 2 guns in the front.
Okay. And do we know what shooting range he was talking about?
He didn't say.
He didn't say, okay. Are y'all on your way up here to the police department right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. All right, did he make any threats towards y'all?
No, he didn't. I didn't see anything as a threat, but he was talking kind of babble.
Yeah. Do y'all think he's been drinking or any drugs? Is he known to do that in the past?
Yeah, he's been known to drink in the past. Well, he was recently, diagnosed with PTSD.
With what?
PTSD.
PTSD?
Yeah, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay, okay.
And he's been acting real weird. From that, he was at a mental hospital, actually.
Okay, what hospital did he get out of?
Green Oaks.
When did he get out of Green Oaks?
About a week ago.
Okay. Okay. Just let me know when you get here at the PD.
Okay. We're pulling that up.
You're pulling up into the parking lot right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and come into the lobby and we'll get an officer to come speak to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Now, Ms. Parrish, when people, so these people are coming into the Midlothian Police Department, did you get in contact with them once they got there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, your job is done. No, I don't mean right
Oh.
Maybe soon, but as far as this call goes, that was the extent
Yes,
of your duties.
that was the end of it.
I'll pass the witness.
No question, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, we have no objection that she be permanently excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused as a witness. This means you can return back to Midlothian. Your service in this matter is done, if you would, for purposes of this proceeding, until it's over, not to talk about your testimony or give any public comment on that until we can get this matter fully tried and a verdict rendered, okay? Thank you. $5:45.
We have a very short witness. I think we can get in before 6.
All right, let's do it.
State calls Chet Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, if you'll come up to my left, have a seat in this black chair. You previously were here this morning and sworn. That microphone's voice activated. You'll need to get kind of close to it so it can pick up your voice.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Chet Kelly.
And spell your first name.
C-H-E-T.
Chet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not to be confused with Chad.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Kelly, where do you live?
I live in Midlothian.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the water department.
And so, now do you know Chad Littlefield?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And how did you come to know Chad Littlefield?
We actually went to high school together at DeSoto High School.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your wife's name?
Vanessa Kelly.
And was she friends with Chad Littlefield's wife, Leanne?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they good friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you friends with Chad Littlefield even far back as high school?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have contact with him? Because you worked for the water department, and we've heard he worked for Eagle Labs that did stuff for the water department. Did y'all have contact with each other professionally as well?
We did. Yes, ma'am.
And so, did you do things socially with Chad Littlefield?
We did.
And you and your wife and his wife?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you just have to say yes or no
Yes.
to this man over here. Let's talk about February the 2nd, 2013, Mr. Kelly. Did something, well, where were you that day? Were you even in the state of Texas?
We were not. We were in Oklahoma City for my daughter's cheer competition.
Cheer competition?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to go all over the place for those.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard. So you're up in Oklahoma City. Did you become aware some way that something unusual was going on back in your hometown?
Yes. Actually, a lady from the PTA with my wife had called and something had happened with Chris. And so that's where we heard.
Okay. And now, not going into what anybody said, but had your wife also been in contact with Leanne Littlefield?
Yes, my wife actually called Leanne once we heard something.
Okay. And don't say what Leanne actually said, but what was Leanne's state of mind?
She was worried.
Pardon me, unless he has personality, Judge, if you're basing his testimony on what someone told him, he's not qualified to answer, that's not relevant.
Sustained.
Well, based on your wife having contact with Leanne, what did you decide that you needed to do?
I tried to call Chad's phone.
Chad Littlefield's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a phone number that you had?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess programmed into your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I get too far afield here, do you remember what your cell phone number was at the time of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, let me get up here and you can tell me what that was. Write your name. It's K-E-L-L-E-Y?
EY, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was your phone number back then?
214-882-1557.
Okay. And do you know Chad's phone number, or do you have it in your phone still?
I do have it in my phone still.
Okay. You weren't allowed to bring your phone in the building?
No, ma'am.
Right.
No, ma'am.
We'll get that some other way.
Okay.
So you decided to call your friend Chad.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what time of the day are we talking about? Is it nighttime or?
Yes, ma'am. It was getting around probably 7 or 8 o'clock, I would say.
7 or 8 o'clock? So you called Chad's phone, and what happened?
Judge, if his response was based on what someone else said, I would submit as hearsay, because it's not, it wouldn't be a declaration against penal interest, therefore it's hearsay.
I don't know. I need to hear the context.
Can we approach real quick?
Yeah. So that I can get the record clear, would you restate the question?
You called Chad's phone,
Yes, ma'am.
and then what happened?
Judge, I'll make the same objection as hearsay.
Overruled.
Judge, I'm gonna make a 4-3 objection based on what I anticipate his response to be.
All right, at the bench, I know what the response is gonna be. That, I will overrule the objection based on 403, finding that the probative value of the evidence about to be admitted substantially outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issue, or misleading of the jury.
So you can answer the question, Mr. Kelly. You called Chad's phone, and what happened?
The phone was picked up. I was kind of excited to hear a voice on the other end of the phone, knowing that no one else could get a hold of him. Once I said, "Hey, Chad, it's Chet. What's going on? Is everything okay?" The response that I got back was, "No, it's not Chad. It's Eddie." And at that point, I kind of didn't know what to think. I was kind of lost for words.
That's non-responsive, Judge. I object.
Sustained.
I just need to ask you another question.
Okay.
So, the person that said this isn't Chad, is Eddie?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the person picked up the phone, and they, I guess, said hello or whatever they would have said, did you immediately recognize that the voice wasn't Chad's?
I didn't.
Were you, I guess, what was your state of mind when you were calling?
Kind of in a panic. Didn't know what to think. Kind of thought the worst, possibly.
So when you heard a voice answer the phone,
It kind of relieved, yes, ma'am.
then this person said, "This is Eddie."
Judge, I was, that's all repetitious. He's already answered the question that's been asked.
Overruled.
When the person said, "This is Eddie," then how did you respond?
Then just apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Eddie, I must have the wrong phone number."
So you thought you just dialed the wrong
I thought it could have got lines crossed. I wasn't sure it wasn't who that I thought I called.
Now, did you recognize the voice of the person on the other phone that said his name was Eddie?
I did not.
Now, do you actually know Eddie Ray Routh, though?
I do.
How do you know him?
His sister used to babysit my kids.
And so, how old would he have been when you knew him?
Probably 17 or 18.
High school age?
Yes, ma'am.
And just, you know, from his sister babysitting your kids?
Correct.
Weren't friends with him?
No, ma'am.
And you wouldn't have had Eddie Routh's phone number in your phone, would you?
Objection leading, Your Honor, I object.
Sustained.
Would you have had Eddie Routh's phone number in your phone?
No.
Didn't know him that well?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
No questions.
All right, you may step down. All right, it's 5 till, or 8 till 6 at that time. At this time, I will call an end to today's proceedings at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need to, at the end of every day's proceedings, remind you again of those instructions that I've given you. Don't talk with anyone about this case, even amongst yourselves. Don't allow anyone to talk about the case in your presence. Avoid newspapers, media, social sites, anywhere that you might accidentally gain information about this case other than from the witness stand. That includes no attempts to drive out to Routh Creek Lodge and visit any of the places described in the testimony. Instead, follow your oath, receive all of the evidence that you will receive in this case from this witness stand and from those exhibits admitted. At this time, I still see no reason compelling the jury to be sequestered, so I'll have you return to your vehicles. You can return home. Again, if you'll try to assemble around 8:30 or 8:45 at your location, we'll get you up here and we'll try to start as close to 9 as we can. That concludes today's proceedings. You may be excused.